Recording has started.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's regular meeting of the Santa Monica Housing Commission, which I hereby call to order. A special welcome to our guest, Disabilities Commission Chair, Alex Elliott, and all of the Santa Monica Housing Authority program participants and other community members who are here with us tonight. Thank you all for being here and for your patience. I look forward to hearing your input. A few pointers for this evening. Sorry, Noah, are you able to mute whoever's?
Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna mute everyone, and please do not unmute yourself unless you are making a public comment or if you are a part of the commission.
Great, thank you. Okay, so a few pointers for this evening. The public will have an opportunity to comment or ask questions on each individual agenda item. Please keep your comments and questions limited to the scope of the item. There will also be an opportunity for general public comments and questions at the end of the meeting. At that time, you're welcome to share comments and questions on any matter within the Housing Commission's purview that is not on the agenda. Due to the number of people attending tonight, and if there is no objection by the commissioners, I would like to limit the duration of public comments to 2 minutes, with the exception of item 4A, for which I would like comments to be limited to 3 minutes. Is that amenable to the commissioners? Okay. Finally, tonight's agenda includes topics that are personal to many people and may elicit strong emotions. Please limit your comments and questions to the items under discussion, but I encourage you to expand on your thoughts in writing to the Housing Commissioner. Our individual email addresses are on the Housing Commission webpage, which is listed on the agenda. You can also call our staff liaison, Noe Mendoza, during business hours to request reasonable accommodations and other assistance. His phone number is 310-458-8310. Again, staff liaison Noe Mendoza can be reached and left a message for at 310-458-8310. And again, all the commissioners' email addresses are on the Housing Commission website, but I'll note that my address is, all of our addresses are our first name, period, last name at santamonica.gov. So for example, mine is Michelle with 2 L's .gray, Gray, at santamonica.gov. And we would really love to hear from you. Noah, will you please take roll?
Yes, I will. When I call your name, please let me know that you are here. I cannot see your individual square, so saying out loud would be great. Commissioner Hilton? Commissioner Hilton? All right.
He was here.
I had to mute everyone. He might not have unmuted himself.
I got it. Oh no, he's unmuted. Commissioner Hilton, can you hear us? It says he's talking, but we're not able to hear him.
Huh. Did you change his name on the roster? I can look.
No, but it says Commissioner Hilton. It's about halfway down the list.
Let's see. Can you try again, Commissioner Hilton? I don't see his name, actually.
Here.
There we go.
Wonderful.
Perfect.
Thank you, Commissioner Hilton.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton?
Here. Here.
Commissioner Gomez,
Here.
Commissioner Borison, Commissioner Borison.
You're muted. There.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Everts,
Here.
Vice Chair Morosco,
Here.
and Chair Gray.
Here.
The interpreter's calling me, so I'm gonna disappear for a minute.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we will begin with item 1 on our agenda, which is discussion and possible action regarding Santa Monica ADA/Section 504 coordinator positions with guest Alex Elliott, Chair of the Disabilities Commission. Before we move on to our discussion, I'd just like to remind the RAB members that your item will be coming after this one. And now I'm opening it up to any public comments.
What is RAB? What is
RAB?
RAB?
RAB stands for Resident Advisory Board.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. Are there any public comments on item 1A?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. I believe the goals section in the housing element on page 101 speaks volumes. Fair housing issues that may arise in Santa Monica or any other jurisdiction include, but are not limited to, failure to make reasonable accommodation, discrimination, and harassment. Showing that the Santa Monica Housing Authority has no intention of changing their practices, which does not allow the disabled affordable housing tenants the same quality of life as non-affordable housing tenants. This is of course taking no action. This is of course after taking no action on the recommendations by Dan Glauber in the 2020 Santa Monica Fair Housing Assessment, including an ADA person. The city has not had an ADA person since 2010, except for a few months when I would believe the city was under investigation for something. Instead, the city has tried to make Myrna Medina, the risk management ADA person under Oles Gordev, the contact person for the housing ADA issues. Unfortunately, she doesn't return calls, so the number of only 3 calls brought to her attention is unrealistic. And here I think it's only fair to comment that the one case that is still open is probably mine, showing that she is no match for slumlords like Greystar Management, as well as if the Housing Authority has had issues with mold at AO Apartments, again under Greystar's stewardship, which I have not heard has been addressed since I was there in 2016. What does that say? Well, to me it says that the city, the Housing Authority, and its ADA representation shows favor to slumlords over ADA tenants. For these reasons, I hope everyone can see why the necessity for an ADA person within affordable housing, with affordable housing as their specialty, is really what is needed, especially for the disabled affordable housing tenants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public input on item 1A concerning disability accommodations and an ADA coordinator? Any other public comments? Okay.
Yes.
Hello?
Oh, please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. This is Olga Zuraska. I just wanted to say that the city is in dire need of hiring a proper ADA coordinator. There are a lot of ADA problems across the city departments, including the city website, including accessibility to the pier and such. And the proof is in the pudding. This commission invited the current ADA coordinator, Ms. Myrna Medina, to come and be a guest speaker a couple months ago, and she didn't show up. There were even problems. The commission had a hard time even communicating with this lady. The coordinator never showed up. Her supervisor showed up instead of the actual coordinator, and didn't have too many answers for the commission. I mean, we obviously need needs to attend to this issue. And recently there was an assessment, a fair housing assessment done in 2020, where the recommendation was to hire a dedicated housing coordinator. I personally, I know a lot of people who are not able to find units that accommodate their disabilities, and they get no assistance from the housing authority, no assistance from the city. The ADA coordinator is missing in action. So this is a huge problem, and I hope this commission helps us solve it somehow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments on item 1A?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is David Morris. A couple of years back, this issue was brought to the city, so they felt that they would put the ADA coordinator, which is actually someone that handles the risk management when someone that's handicapped or someone is injured in the city. That has nothing to do with the disability rights of housing people and housing people in units that are actually available to them, that are handicapped accessible and made for them, these people that have handicaps. So the very idea that the city has gone and made an imitation of an ADA coordinator is just reprehensible. It's unbelievable that they don't want to do what the consultants recommended them to do. And this needs to stop immediately. They need to hire a dedicated ADA person in this city to help the people in housing issues and other issues in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morris. Are there any other public comments on item 1A?
Yes, this is Andrea, a resident of Santa Monica. And my comment is I had previously made a presentation just due to the fact that homeless people were getting ignored in a sense to where they were being prejudged and there was no empathy training for those who serviced them. So with that being said, I had asked if it was feasible to have some sort of psychological evaluation upon registration initially. And that would then help whoever came to apply for any type of assistance with proper direction. Okay. Those who may have mental or physical disabilities or seniors and things like that, they may have more services towards them, perhaps an IHSS worker or someone who can put a calendar or an agenda on a day-to-day basis so that they can so it can adhere to their necessities. Okay. Then there was domestic violence victims, of course, who needed to be relocated along with their family. Then it was people who may have just lost their jobs and they need simple training to jobs like tractors or, maybe office jobs or something like that. And there are free resources out there to train a lot of people, even if they want to be an IHSS worker, And so with that being said, then they would have proper placement as well. And then there may be people who have addiction issues and different things like that, or mental illness issues. Having to do with that, there are medical professionals and other people who may adhere to their necessities as well. I had asked that we definitely do something about that because they should not all be grouped together. We should not all be grouped together. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Is there any other public comment on item 1A?
The person called Mr. had typed into the chat that they would like to speak.
Please.
Mr., I've unmuted you. They've sent something in the chat. I can try to connect with them in the chat, but it seems like they're trying to reach a housing authority worker, so I can get their information.
Thank you very much.
I would like to make public comment.
Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Michael Lewis, and getting an ADA coordinator dedicated is, as many of the listeners and people watching today know, is so extraordinarily important. It is not just a courtesy, as some outsiders might think. It is a life-saving thing. It is an anti-homeless measure. The way it is now, too many jurisdictions, governmental bodies throughout the United States, LA County, and certainly in Santa Monica, unfortunately, they weaponize people's disabilities against them. They take advantage of the fact that this population is disabled and make it even harder for them to get their needs met, whether it's reasonable accommodations, how to access the bureaucracy. It's all, unfortunately, intentionally weaponized against this population. And it's really important that we get this dedicated ADA coordinator, because this population, because they're in 2 or 3 or 4 marginalized, traditionally oppressed classes, usually disabled and certainly very low income, they are intimidated to come forward, because these populations have a history of being retaliated against for asserting their civil, disability, housing, or individual rights. And so,
Thank you, Michael. Your 2 minutes are up.
Yeah, so thank you.
You can go ahead and thank you. Okay, are there any other public comments for item 1A?
Yes, I've got a comment.
Go
Glenda
ahead.
Bird. Yes, I hope that they would hire an ADA coordinator, just not checking for in housing, making sure that everything is accessible, but also city events and transportation and training of city staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glenda. Are there any other public comments on item 1A? Any other public comments on 1A? Okay. Well,
yeah, I have a comment on 1A. I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. I apologize.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Sean Casey O'Brien. I'm a longtime disabled activist. I live in Santa Monica, and I would also like to have a disability coordinator, whatever you want to call them, who would talk to some of these scooter companies, because they are leaving their scooters and their bicycles all over sidewalks, making the sidewalks and the curb cuts inaccessible. And nobody seems to care. And I don't understand why you want that Santa Monica itself isn't saying to these companies, you have to solve this problem. You're affecting the lives of people on crutches. I walk on crutches, people in wheelchairs, and senior citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments for item 1A? Okay. Well, I am pleased to welcome our colleague and chair of the Disabilities Commission, Alex Elliott. Hello, Alex.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hi, my name's Alex Elliott. I'm the Disabilities Commissioner, the chair of the commission for over a year now. I'm so glad to connect with some folks from Santa Monica. I really appreciate everyone coming out. It's important we have engagement, and I really like you guys sharing. Thanks for sharing your experiences with me. I just want to hear that. By trade, I'm a psychiatric social worker, a background in social work. I used to work for Ocean Park Community Center, providing street outreach. Before that, I worked in disaster services for the American Red Cross And I've kind of worked at the intersection of providing direct care and using technology. So that's something I'm really interested around assistive technologies and how they can reduce some barriers. And something that I've been looking into recently is over the past 2 years since COVID, there's been this kind of widening digital divide that I'm concerned about and thinking about ways we can address it. So, for example, our meetings, our commission meetings, our city council meetings are all taking place on platforms like Blue Jeans or in other environments, Microsoft Teams. And I want to make sure that people with disabilities can fully participate, because the first step to making things happen is full participation. And I feel like as things have really moved into these virtual spaces, we're not doing as good of a job as we can. And I'm hopeful to work and try and move us closer to where we can be. And just an example of that is my commission started using Microsoft Teams, which has a few more accessibility features that might be helpful to folks to fully participate. So we're talking about live transcriptions, cart captioning, and other features that make it more inclusive for folks. So I really appreciate Commissioner Gray for inviting me. I think also it's important for us to have conversations and partner as commissions to solve some of the issues in our city. So thanks for having me. And I see this as the start of a conversation that will continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Elliott. As many of you know, there are a number of accessibility issues. I was wondering if Chair Elliott, if you would mind sharing with us some of the concerns that the Disabilities Commission has identified and steps that you're taking or would like to take to address them.
That's a good question there. It's hard to know where to start. I mean, just recently, I'm thinking about the 6% rent increase and how that's going to disproportionately affect our folks with disabilities. So I got a lot of feedback around that, and we'll see what happens in November. Hopefully we'll get some resolution towards that. I've also heard a lot, when I joined the commission, we met in person and we really had more robust conversations. And since things have went digital, some folks have feel like they've lost that connection with the Disabilities Commission. So what we're doing is trying to make steps moving forward to make hybrid meetings and do whatever we can to, this new normal is going to be hybrid. There's going to be a virtual element and an in-person. So we're really pushing, like I mentioned earlier, with the Microsoft Teams integration and seeing how we can incorporate that plus an in-person, because I've definitely heard from the community that they need to be in person. But I've also heard from folks with disabilities that they have concerns, either they have a health condition that may put them at higher risk of COVID symptoms, or they have a family member like myself who may be more at higher risk, or they have to be really risk averse about their in-person meetings. So I really want to push forward ways to have fully inclusive hybrid meetings so that our voices are heard, because that's the first step. They have to be able to, it's a back and forth in a local government that we have to have a voice, and some people feel like their voice isn't being heard.
That's a good point. Noah, would you please see what we can do about transferring?
Hello, we need a phone component too for what he said, because some of us have transportation issues and don't have internet. We need a phone component too, please.
Yes, absolutely.
Can you hear me? You heard me?
Yes. I can. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, he's talking about the hybrid element, in person and internet. We also need a phone component. Some of us, like myself, do not have internet access and also have transportation issues and mobility issues getting around.
Absolutely. A phone component
so we need crucial. A phone component as well. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you calling that out. I didn't mention that, but that's something we definitely thought about. And thank you for really emphasizing the importance of having a phone element.
I hope you continue to think about it, and that this wasn't just something in the past that you decided against.
Oh, not at all. I don't think we've decided against it.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, I guess I'll
Could I make
go ahead.
Could I make a comment on that, what that lady just mentioned?
Yes,
there
please.
are, both of those issues can be handled very easily and not by the Housing Commission. If you are
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Deborah.
Okay.
We finished the public comment portion for this item. There'll be an opportunity for general public comment at the end of the meeting, and you're welcome to offer more comments on subsequent items when I call.
Okay, I thought this person was a member of the public. I didn't realize that she was.
They were, and as a courtesy, I was letting her finish, but I don't.
Okay, all right, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Noah, I was asking if you could please look into what we can do to transfer Housing Commission meetings to Teams, starting with our next meeting. I spoke with Chair Elliott before, and I understand that might be a pretty simple process.
Yes, I'll team up with ISD.
Thank you very much.
That reminds me of something. I'm part of this countywide task force, and something it's across the county. I don't have the data on Santa Monica specifically, but I've heard it that for folks with disabilities, they're less likely to have broadband internet devices, and one of the causes is cost. Broadband internet has a monthly cost. It can be $50, $80 a month. So one of the programs that is available is called the Affordable Connectivity Benefit. It's a benefit of $30 a month for broadband internet. If you currently receive SSI, General Relief, Medicaid, a Pell Grant, you're eligible for this. If you've already enrolled in the Lifeline program, you're eligible for this. And what the state was telling me is the adoption rate is really low. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware that that there is access to free internet. A lot of the local companies offer a $30 a month plan. So if you get the Affordable Connectivity Benefit, you can in essence get free broadband internet at home. And there's additional benefit to assist with the cost of a device. Because as we're seeing, a lot of our services are moving virtual and are going to require broadband moving forward. So I want everyone to remove that cost barrier. There's a lot of barriers around technology, but I'm hopeful that this can reduce some of them.
Thank you for that. I'd like to add, because we have so many Santa Monica Housing Authority program participants on tonight, that all of you, by virtue of being voucher holders, are eligible for the program.
What is the name of that program you have to be on to get on the other program?
Chair Elliott, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What is the name of? She said a affordable connectivity program, but he said that's $30 a month, but you already have to be on something else to get that, or I guess the thing you already have to be on is $30 a month. But what was the name of that?
No. It's what the affordable connectivity program gives you the equivalent of $30 a month worth of service. You don't pay $30. You find an internet program that costs $30, and they will cover the entire cost up to $30.
Okay, but you still need to have the computer to begin with. That costs a lot more than $30.
They can, if you want to I guess you're on a phone, you can't do the chat. If you'd like to leave a message for our staff liaison, Noah Mendoza, tomorrow during business hours, he can.
Okay, what is her number? Yeah, what is her number?
His number is 310. 458.
458. Sorry,
8310. And so
and what is his name? Mendoza is the last name?
Noah.
Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
Oh, Noah. Okay. And the other problem is that my problem is not just money. Even when I get on something somewhere else, at a friend's house, at the library, at the DMV, et cetera, I always have problems. I cannot operate the thing by myself, even if I have.
Okay, and I have a comment about that too, because that's very important.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to mute you. This is not. We're not taking any more public comments at this time. I did want to quickly answer the ACP question, because that's an important resource. And that's something that if anybody is interested in learning more, you can call the number, or which is also on the agenda, or send an email to Noah at his address on the agenda, and he will be able to provide you with more information about the ACP program.
I had a location for free computers, but I'll let you go.
Thank you.
Just to piggyback, there are nonprofits and other organizations offering discount computers, and you can utilize the ACB benefit to get money towards that computer. There's organizations such as Human IT, and I'm happy to share Commissioner Gray a website that can help your folks find that.
Great. If you'd like to put in the chat and maybe read it out loud, you're welcome to do that.
I'll put it in after this discussion.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the city of Santa Monica has, in writing at least, has an ADA/Section 504 coordinator who also works for the city in another full-time position. And as far as we know, the city has no description of the ADA/Section 504 coordinator's duties. Chair Elliott, are you familiar with this position? It's currently being held by Myrna Medina.
Yeah, no, I've heard of her name, and her information is posted on the website, but hello?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I was just asking if you were familiar with or had any interaction with her as an ADA coordinator, or if you've gotten any feedback about that from any of your constituency.
I've reached out to her on some issues, and I know folks are concerned about ADA related issues, but I'm curious about what are your thoughts about how we can address the issues that you wanted to bring up from this commission?
Sure. Well, part of the Housing Commission's mandate is to provide oversight of the Santa Monica Housing Authority, where ADA violations are very common and harm Santa Monicans every day. There was a fair housing assessment conducted in 2020 of the City Housing Division, in which they recommended that Santa Monica hire a dedicated housing ADA coordinator to ensure that disabled Santa Monicans have equal access to city housing programs. And so we are concerned about that particular recommendation that was made and has not yet been adopted by the city. Again, the only ADA coordinator position that exists right now is being performed by someone with a full-time job separate from that with the city. And that seems to be problematic. I wanted to ask if you had any thoughts on, in particular, housing and housing program accessibility in Santa Monica from your vantage point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about the affordability crisis, and I am concerned about, I want to make sure that we have the human resources to support the needs of people with disabilities. I've gotten issues kind of more broadly than specifically around housing generally over the past year. I mentioned some of them, just kind of the accessibility of spaces. But no, this is an issue, and I think it needs to be properly human resources, and we can talk about it and coordinate and think about the best approach. I don't have like a hot take answer on the spot, but I think that's the purpose of this, is to build this relationship and get together and figure out how to move forward.
Absolutely. One of the things I'm interested in discussing either now or continued in the future is what recommendations our commissions individually or together might make to the City Council and the Housing Authority Board regarding a dedicated ADA coordinator position, and where that would be most effective. If it, we got the fair housing assessment that was specifically aimed at the city's housing division. The one ADA coordinator position that exists right now is for the entire city. And I'm guessing that we'll probably only be able to start with one ADA coordinator. So I'd be interested, to hear people's thoughts on where they think it would be most effective to place that person to be able to help the greatest number of people. I should also
Yes.
say that all of the commissioners, you're welcome to join in. If you have any questions or comments, please join the conversation. You were saying, Chair Elliott? Oh, I'm sorry. And then Commissioner Borison.
No, I'm just wondering, what was you mentioned there was a recommendation. Was that before the pandemic, and has it been updated since? I'm curious if any of the insights or recommendation have been modified in kind of just how much the world have changed. I'm sure there's a piece around just it needs to be properly resourced, but I'm wondering if there's been updates since then to incorporate the changes, because I want to make sure, whatever strategy is addressing our pressing needs.
Vice Chair Marasco?
So have you ever reviewed the fair housing assessment? I think it was completed in January of 2020, just before the pandemic. Have you ever reviewed that document?
I have, and I've also, reviewed thousands.
Yeah, I know.
It's not at the top of my mind. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm curious about your insights around it and how we can work together.
I just feel like nothing has actually really happened since then. It was just kind of done. There was a lot of, coming together, several meetings. The attorney from Washington, D.C., Diane Glauber, came to several meetings, and they put this whole plan together, but it seems like it just fell through the cracks after that. And as far as I know, none of the recommendations were really acted upon, and especially with regard to it specifically recommending that a dedicated ADA coordinator for Santa Monica Housing Authority program participants be hired. And even when it's been talked about with city staff, it just seems to kind of be ignored and like, oh, okay, well, anyway, moving on. It just seems like it's not really something that they want to do or that they feel they can do. I'm not sure, because they don't really give an answer why they're not hiring a dedicated ADA coordinator for people in housing, and just the issues that you're speaking about, being that person, their role would be to ensure that there are enough units that provide the reasonable accommodation for persons in wheelchairs or on crutches, or people who have, sight issues, or people who can't be on the second floor and need to move because they can no longer get down the stairs. I mean, I've heard so many stories in the last couple of weeks from the people who have called in from the letter that they received from the RAB, talking about all of these issues. And before I forget it, there was another person who's actually on the call who said, not only do people need access to the internet and to be able to have the devices they need to access it, they also need classes to learn how to use it and how to use software, which is so true. But accessibility, especially with what you stated, Chair Elliott, that it's going to become really, it's going to quantify our lives every day. So we have to find a way for technology to meet people where they're at and to be able to make it more inclusive so everyone can join in on the conversation. And I completely agree with the hybrid model. There are some people who can be in person and do better that way, and there are some people who cannot. And also to make it accessible by telephone, absolutely. But those are just my comments. Thank you so much for being with us, Chair Elliott.
Thank you, Vice Chair Marasco. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have a comment?
Well, thanks for seeing that. I actually, Commissioner Marasco gave a good kind of overview, because I'll be honest, I was I'm not familiar with what actually an ADA coordinator would be doing on a day-to-day basis. And I wanted to get some just more information about that. And I think I have a better understanding now after that explanation. So thank you for that, Commissioner Marasco. I guess I do have a couple more questions. So this is going to be a city employee that works in the housing department that interfaces with the resident directly and is sort of a liaison between the resident and the management company. Is that right?
No.
Any ADA related issues?
No, your original point is well taken. I'm sorry, we should have defined an ADA coordinator. The Americans with Disabilities Act is a federal law that protects the rights of people with disabilities to have equal access to programs, physical buildings, basically any public venue, and it codifies rights to things like reasonable accommodations, which are the most frequent thing that I expect an ADA coordinator would be involved with, is addressing reasonable accommodation requests. And a reasonable accommodation is any change of a policy, or I'm sorry, Chair Elliott, the word escapes me. If you want to chime in and help me out. Changing the physical aspect or a policy.
Right. It's a change to the environment in that person's unit that helps accommodate their particular disability.
Well, that's the thing. It's not just, we're not even primarily talking about units to start. The first, and then I'll get to you, Vice Chair Marasco. The first and arguably some of the largest hurdles that disabled people have is in navigating a bureaucracy that's not accessible to begin with. And so, I mean, I had that problem personally with the Housing Authority. And there's a problem with staff not being properly trained in ADA laws and requirements.
Maybe I should ask, who is this person going to be employed by? By the city, right?
Yes, they would be employed by the city.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, I would eventually like to see a dedicated Housing Authority ADA coordinator, but that's, not a first step. The initial recommendation was for a city housing division ADA coordinator. But my point is that when people initially can't access the applications, or they need to get a voucher for 2 bedrooms instead of 1 bedroom because they have a child who uses a breathing machine that makes it so they can't inhabit a bedroom with the other child. I mean, these are all things that happen before you even find a unit. And it can take so long and be such a slog to even get your minimum needs met, to even get to the first step of interacting with the program, that a lot of people are disenfranchised from even participating. And this is months and months away from them ever even finding a unit. This is just the initial, bureaucratic contact point.
Yeah, that's really good context. I guess I'm just trying to back into what our recommendation would be as a commission, and I think it sounds like there is a consensus around the city hiring an ADA coordinator who would be on staff, and it sounds like this is a person who is going to assist people in navigating the bureaucracy, in helping that resident make sure that there are reasonable accommodations for that resident, and to help intake people through the initial the intake period when they're trying to find that unit in Santa Monica. Is that seems pretty straightforward, and pretty non-controversial. really, for a city of the size of Santa Monica. I guess if we were a small little town, that'd be a bigger ask. Does the city of Los Angeles, can you give me some background on how many ADA coordinators are employed in the city of Los Angeles?
I can't. Vice Chair Morosco, do you want to?
Actually, I didn't look to Los Angeles in particular with regard
Maybe
to
there's
ADA.
another city. I don't mean to pick on that LA.
Yeah. So there are other jurisdictions. They have different names for them, such as housing navigator, or it might be some type of liaison. But housing navigator is someone who actually does like case management with the various people that come to them with, they have ADA assistance needs, and they just, anything that has to do with housing in particular, they help them navigate through that, whether it's liaison with a landlord or with a government agency, or as Chair Gray mentioned, filling out an application, or if they have habitability issues, being able to talk to like a city, agency overseeing that, and helping to navigate those things. And also that person keeping a list of the units that are considered, truly considered ADA accessible. I've seen units here that they say are ADA accessible, and you put furniture in it, and there's no way someone in a wheelchair can maneuver around in that apartment. So this person would also be ensuring that, or at least keeping track of how many accessible units there are in the city and what's available.
Yeah.
And again, it's just,
Well,
it's a reference to a later topic, but in the work plan, that's why I mentioned that when we do an inventory, I wanted to include accessibility data. That was just because that's a very simple way to collect that data as part of a larger project that would already be looking at rental housing. And we have a real problem in Santa Monica. We have no database of accessible units. Even the DCRC, which is the Disability Community Resource Center, doesn't have a basic list of ADA compliant units, which, by the way, doesn't mean they're accessible to everyone. That's a minimum, not a...
Yeah, well, we can get into this more during the work plan, but I saw that, and would that be a inventory of all units, or just the affordable housing rent deed restricted units in Santa Monica?
Yeah, let's save that for the conversation about the work plan. But I hear you about our proposal. We would like to, I think as a body, we would like to consider, the Housing Commission would like to consider making a recommendation to City Council that they hire a dedicated ADA coordinator for, at least to start, for the City Housing Division, which would also allow them to help everyone who is a program participant with the Housing Authority, as well as other city programs. Chair Elliott, is that something that you think the Disabilities Commission might be interested in discussing? And
but before we get into that, I really appreciate the all the feedback from the commissioners, and I'm hearing a lot about just compliance with ADA and that being kind of a primary role in your family. It may be currently under-resourced. But what I've also heard from the community is they've looked at other environments, and they're interested not just in compliance with the ADA, but what can we do to make people with disabilities flourish? Because compliance is kind of a low bar. So they've talked to me about things like the chief accessibility officer for Microsoft and other environments, kind of modeling this kind of chief accessibility role that's involved in everything. It's not just kind of an ADA compliance role. I've heard some interest in that, and being involved in the planning stage and making things inclusive from the the ideation and planning phase rather than having something built and then kind of retroactively adding the accessibility piece. So I have heard feedback in wanting to resource support for disabilities, but looking at it from how can we make people flourish and having accessibility at the forefront of design and city programs. So I haven't just heard about compliance with the ADA and thinking about a position to resource within the city. That would be a subsection of that position, but I have heard a lot about, just being compliant with the ADA is not just what they're looking for. How can we live our best life? How can we flourish? And that starts with having accessibility part of the planning phase.
I agree. That's an excellent point, and one that many people who themselves are not disabled don't understand. The ADA is a very low bar, and it already is not met. If something is ADA compliant, that does not mean it's accessible to everyone. Accessibility is a complex topic that requires vision and creativity and willingness to engage with access issues. And unfortunately, as illustrated here in the city, where the ADA coordinator position is really more of a compliance position and it's very limited in scope, and it's already been assigned to someone who has a full-time job, that's more of a checking a liability box rather than pursuing disability justice and real integration of disabled people into the community as equal participants. So that's a very good point, Chair Elliott. And whoever we asked, whoever in our recommendations, I wasn't interested so much in a compliance officer as someone who could help create real equal accessibility for people in their purview.
I mean, to circle back, there's a member of the public that was talking about the scooters, and I have a disability myself, and I want to be able to ride the scooters. I've also heard we do have issues from the community, and we asked them for the process to report this. The vendors have changed since then, but they did come to the commission when it was in person, and that was all they talked about. And I said, hold up, also talk about, I want to be able to ride the scooter with my friends. Like, we haven't talked about that at all at this meeting. Like, what's the deal with that? So I hope as we think about solutions, we also come with that perspective of thinking for the stars, not just the compliance. Because I think if we come with that approach, we're going to get further. And that's what I also hear from folks with disabilities is they are frustrated of talking about compliance and not meeting it, and they want to talk more about flourishing. So I think if we bring the cities, including solutions on how to make people flourish with disabilities, we'll land somewhere better. That might be a strategy we can incorporate.
Am I being heard?
You are. We're not taking public comment right now, though.
Okay.
Is there?
Did you have something quick you'd like to add? For the record, I want you to know Los Angeles has an ADA coordinator. Call City Hall. The original one was a dear friend of mine, Gordon Anthony. I think he's still on the planet. And if I can track a current number down on him, he's somebody you should be talking to.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we would love it, Chair Elliott, if you would be willing to take some of this conversation back to the Disabilities Commission and see what the other commissioners think about the possibility of a dedicated ADA coordinator for housing to start, although it's needed across many other areas. And while it may sound like those areas would be outside the purview of the Housing Commission, those other areas would include all people being able to access this meeting, for example. And not everyone is able to access this meeting. And that's not a City Housing Division ADA coordinator issue. That's an IT issue, a clerk's office issue, a city council issue. So I think we have a lot more to talk about. But is that something that you'd be willing to do?
I know the commission, we're planning our retreat and going to do our strategic planning. You guys have really hit the ground running since the beginning of this fiscal year, so I want to applaud you. You guys are doing some great work. We still have some work to do on kind of our North Star and our priorities, but this is something we'll talk about in our retreat, and we're going to make some priorities, and we'll see what we can do. But I do want to give you guys kudos for really getting on it and having a strategy.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We wish you luck as you guys get up and running. Does anyone else have any other commissioners have any comments or questions, or Chair Elliott, before we move on to the next item?
I have a few comments.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Hilton, and then Commissioner Borison.
I served for 9.5 years on the Disabilities Commission. 3 of our previous Santa Monica ADA coordinators worked in human services, not risk management. They also served as a staff liaison consultant to the Disabilities Commission. I have personal experience with all 3. They were excellent. The Santa Monica ADA coordinators previously worked in mediation. For example, the person would take a call, make an inquiry. For example, in the case of housing, reach out to management property owner. Mediation is faster and doesn't require an attorney. And most of our cases in Santa Monica have to do with, for example, reasonable accommodations, especially therapy service animals. And finally, regarding interior modifications, I heard a comment question earlier. The interior modifications requirement is our trust fund 100% affordable housing. It's 2/3 of our program, and it's a legal agreement with the affordable development and requires 15% of the units in each project to have interior modification features. So in other words, the 15% would be perhaps 10% mobility disabled features, 5% vision hearing, and some of the community concerns expressed that we don't require an inventory of the units, or we don't assist persons with disabilities in locating the units. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hilton. Commissioner Borison?
Just very quickly. You have half a person right now. I'm not clear about what that half person does. And if you're adding a whole new person, that will be underneath the Housing Authority, separate from the existing half person that's under the Disabilities Commission. Or is there some clarification on that?
Yes, I'm sorry. The ADA coordinator that was recommended in the Fair Housing Assessment is not under the Housing Authority. It's under the City Housing Division, in which the Housing Authority resides right now. So they would actually be helping with other city housing programs besides the Housing Authority. And I believe the dedicated position would supplant the part-time position taken on by this staff person who already has a full-time job. And for what it's worth, we've requested of the city multiple times for a list of duties that this ADA coordinator role entails, and we've been informed that the city doesn't have any such list. So really seems more cursory than meaningful, in my opinion. Are there any other questions or comments?
Yes, I have a comment.
I'm sorry. Fair enough. I did ask, but I was referring to the commissioners and our guests. But go ahead if you have a quick comment.
Well, I've been involved with disability rights for a long time. There's several resources that are out there, like the Department of Fair Housing and Employment. On July 1st, the Department of Fair Housing and Employment has been renamed to California Civil Rights Department. And so beginning August 15th, you will notice updates to the website content. They get into employment discrimination, housing discrimination, discrimination in business establishments. They are one of the foremost organizations that have to do with housing. And so I would like to suggest that everybody look at the California Fair Housing and Employment website. There's another thing that came out. June 14th of 2022, the California Attorney General, Rob Bonta, put out a press release because they had been getting so many complaints about people being harmed. They put out a guideline for every local and state entity to follow on disabilities. So my suggestion is you look up California Attorney General's website and go to their press releases. On June 14th, 2022, you will see the guidelines that they put out for all local and state agencies.
Thank you very much for that. And I encourage everyone else to check out the Disabilities Commission's meeting schedule, so you can bring a wider array of concerns and questions and ideas to the Disabilities Commission, since the purview of the Housing Commission is relatively limited. Vice Chair Marosco.
I just have one last question before we move on. Chair Elliott, when do you think that the Disabilities Commission would want to come back with some ideas about what the Disabilities Commission and the Housing Commission can do together?
We're planning on having a meeting soon, and I'll present that to them.
Okay.
I have my ideas, but I want to get their feedback. I don't want to make any unilateral decisions, but I will bring it up and see. I know there's interest on collaborating with your commission and the newly formed Human Services Commission, and we believe, I love, I think it was Commissioner Hilton, just more working with city staff. We definitely want to work more. I love that you had a council member, De La Torre, last time, so it's important we're working across the aisle and not doing silos. So I'll bring it back and see what we can do.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. And please
tell me how I get in touch with Commissioner.
I'm sorry, we're not
Mr. Ellis
right now. I apologize for that. Chair Elliott, if you would like to let us know when you want to agendize this discussion with the Disabilities Commission, we would love to attend and listen, and we'll be free to answer any questions if you'd like.
Sounds good, definitely. And my email is the same structure. I think it's alex.elliott at Santa Monica. And thanks again for having me. Look forward to continuing the discussion and solving issues especially for folks with disabilities and all residents. Thanks for having me again.
Thank you. You too. Have a great night, Alex. Okay. Now we are going to move on to agenda item 4A, for an unprecedented conversation with and about Santa Monica Housing Authority clients' participation in and influence on Housing Authority policies and practices via a fully functioning Resident Advisory Board, also known as a RAB. Despite it being a federal HUD requirement for decades, the Santa Monica Housing Authority has never had a proper Resident Advisory Board. And the Housing Commission, in response to years of demands by Housing Authority clients, would like to help change that. Item 4A reads, discussion and possible additional recommendations to City Council / Santa Monica Housing Authority Board regarding best means of facilitating a functioning Santa Monica Housing Authority Resident Advisory Board. Now, before we ask for public comments, I want to explain this item in a little more detail because it can be a bit confusing. Noah, can we please mute? Thank you. Mute wherever that's coming from. Thank you.
I need to scroll down and figure out who it is. Sorry.
I understand. Oh, I find that the active, if you're under people, the active one will often show which it is to help as a shortcut. So let's start with a powerful and little known document called the Santa Monica Housing Authority Administrative Plan. Now this plan is an attachment to item 4A on the agenda. It's labeled there as the administrative plan. And it's a big manual that describes the roles and responsibilities of the Santa Monica Housing Authority and clients. It specifies all the policies and procedures of the Housing Authority and their interactions with program participants. It's nearly 700 pages long, and it can be very intimidating, but it's extremely important for program participants to understand the administrative plan and to give input about its contents. Again, if you take a look at the link to the administrative plan, and again, I'll mention for those of you who are joining us by phone or don't have access to the internet, I encourage you to telephone staff liaison Noe Mendoza during office hours and request an alternate format of the administrative plan so you can look at that for yourselves. But the table of contents alone is 20 pages. It's a dense document, but knowledge is power. And the more program participants know about the administrative plan, the more control you can exert over your own lives and your housing. So for example, the administrative plan includes information about rent share calculations, the grievance procedure known as an informal review, which can be a powerful tool when a client disagrees with a housing authority decision, how to request reasonable accommodations for a disability, what's included and what's excluded when determining client income, and even things like wait list preferences. Again, the administrative plan describes the roles of both the housing authority and program participants. And while some regulations in the annual administrative plan are mandated by HUD federally, many of those are discretionary policies and procedures that can be modified every year. And that's where the Resident Advisory Board, or RAB, comes in. A Resident Advisory Board, or RAB, is a group of Housing Authority program participants who work together to represent the interests of all clients and assist the annual Housing Authority planning process by giving feedback and suggestions regarding the annual administrative and also a 5-year plan, which is a longer term document. So now that you know a little bit more about the administrative plan, I hope you'll be able to better appreciate the importance of a resident advisory board. HUD regulations require the Housing Authority to consider the RAB's input. So the RAB actually occupies a powerful position in the planning process. When the Housing Authority sends its plan recommendations to the Housing Authority Board for discussion and approval, they must include the RAB's input. Noah, could you put up the graphic for me, please? Thank you. So as I said, the Housing Authority sends its plan recommendations to the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board for discussion and approval. Now, the Housing Authority Board in Santa Monica is comprised of the City Council and 2 representatives who are program participants of the Housing Authority. They're supposed to be RAB reps. We don't really have a functioning RAB right now, and we have 1 representative who has been joining Housing Authority Board meetings. But again, the Housing Authority Board oversees the Housing Authority. They're the policy-making body for the Housing Authority, but the Resident Advisory Board is mandated to give input, and the Housing Authority and the Housing Authority Board are required to consider that input in the annual planning process. And once the Housing Authority Board approves the plan, the RAB input and the Housing Authority response to that feedback is then forwarded to HUD federally for final approval each year. So the RAB's feedback, even if it's not heeded by the Housing Authority, is still incorporated into the permanent record for the planning process, which is still important. So to recap, the administrative plan controls all aspects of Santa Monica Housing Authority policies and procedures, and a RAB can influence that plan and change the rules, help change the rules that impact the participants in that RAB and other Housing Authority clients. So the Housing Commission has previously discussed some initial recommendations to the Housing Authority Board about how the Housing Authority can facilitate a meaningfully functioning RAB. Tonight, we'd like to expand and refine those recommendations with the Housing Authority clients' help. Now, before I call for public comment, I wanted to share, we have looked at other Housing Authority jurisdictions and how they organize their RABs for inspiration. We've also talked with advocates from the Poverty and Race Research Action Council and the National Housing Law Project. And we have some ideas about what a great Santa Monica RAB might look like. So I wanted to share some of those initial ideas with you. So you have something to comment on if you didn't have something that you had created on your own. And then I'm going to open it up and ask for the public, and especially all of the Housing Authority clients, to share your feedback with us about what we've said about possible ideas, alternatives, improvements, whatever it is that you have to say. The first thing I guess we should point out is that a resident advisory board is only required for housing choice vouchers that are tenant-based. And in Santa Monica, that's about 1,300 of the 1,600 plus households that participate in the Housing Authority. That's the only requirement, but the Housing Authority Board has discretion to enlarge that RAB and make it a bigger tent, and that's what we would like to see. We would actually like to see something that we're preliminarily calling a CAB instead of a RAB, which would be a client advisory board, and that would include all program participants in the Housing Authority, including project-based vouchers, including COC, which is the Continuum of Care, a home program, as well as tenant-based vouchers. So all Housing Authority clients would be represented by this CAB. And that's because the administrative plan applies to everyone, and so everyone should be able to participate in the design of that plan. So I thought it would be a good idea if the CAB was comprised of about 7 to 15 people. That seems to be common in jurisdictions that are similar to ours in certain ways. And any Housing Authority client in good standing would be eligible to participate in the CAB. Now, in terms of how CAB members are appointed, one idea is basing it somewhat on our current model with boards and commissions, in that there would be an application that any Housing Authority client would be allowed to fill out and apply to be a CAB member. And then the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board would appoint 7 to 15 people, depending on the response, based on those applications of who they think would best be able to serve in that position. This idea was first proposed by the Housing Authority manager, Barbara Collins, in the spring of 2020. And we think it sounds like a great idea. So the CAB would be created as a resident organization that represents the interests of the Housing Authority program participants at large and participates in the annual and 5-year planning process. An example of a mission statement for the CAB might be ensuring that Housing Authority clients actively participate in the decision-making process regarding Housing Authority policies and procedures, that they are actively engaged in their community and are building leadership skills. all CAB meetings, there's some question, Noah, perhaps you can look into this for us, but if the Housing Authority Board made the appointments, it's possible that the Brown Act would apply, in which case all CAB meetings would be public and agendized and properly noticed. But that sounds like a great idea to me anyway, that the meetings are public and agendized. And of course, that all Housing Authority participants are notified of them in a reasonable amount of time so they can attend if they'd like to. There's flexibility in how frequently the CAB would meet. Some meet 4 times a year, some meet every month. It could be every other month. And it could also be different when it first starts and people are getting up to speed, and then number of meetings could be reduced later. And there could also be special or subcommittee meetings as needed. CAB members, I think, would do well to invite staff to present to them and inform them about the annual administrative plan and 5-year plans. So the CAB is oriented to the documents that they'll be giving feedback on. But this would be informative presentations by staff, not direction by staff. It would just be helping to familiarize CAB members with the work in front of them so they can dig into it on their own. The CAB could propose an annual budget for approval by the Housing Authority Board, which I don't think would require a large annual budget. And I can discuss some of the tangible needs in a moment. But I think it's also a great idea. I don't know if you're aware or not, but the tenant participants on the Housing Authority Board, the 2 RAB representatives, are given a $50 stipend per Housing Authority Board meeting. And I think it would be nice if CAB members, given the breadth and weight of the job, were also given a $50 stipend per meeting. That seems like a nice idea. But in terms of the relationship between the RAB and the staff, city staff, it would be mostly in terms of facilitating communications, which is federally mandated for the Housing Authority staff to do. For example, the CAB might like to have an independent website with dedicated email addresses for RAB members, so the public, so Housing Authority residents can get in touch with them with their concerns and questions. Having a dedicated phone number with TDD and TTY accessibility, and an outgoing message, recorded message that would be maintained by the CAB, so people who don't have access to the internet could still call in and get information about upcoming meetings and important announcements. Funds to cover a certain number of mailings a year, including notices to Housing Authority clients before each CAB meeting, so they can attend if they'd like. And some other ideas that we've seen are the RAB sending out surveys to the entire Housing Authority body, resident body, in order to gauge what issues are important to them and what concerns they have. Having a Zoom account, an online fax account, possible translation support at CAB meetings by the city. So these are the more tangible aspects of the Housing Authority facilitating communication for the CAB. And again, that's a federal requirement that they facilitate that CAB functioning. I've seen a number of jurisdictions where CABs adopt their own bylaws. That seems to be common practice. Sometimes there's a memorandum of understanding, which is like a legal document between the Housing Authority Board and the RAB or the CAB in order to spell out what everybody's obligations and rights are. And I think that regardless of what happens, that the CAB bylaws should be included in the administrative plan, just to ensure their transparency for everyone. So those are just some ideas. And now that we've laid out some of those ideas, we would like to hear your input from the public. So again, please keep your comments related to recommendations for how the RAB should work. We're not asking for general feedback about the Housing Authority at this time, but you can make additional comments during item 10, which is general public comments towards the end of the meeting. You are also welcome to identify yourself when you begin speaking, but you don't have to. So are there any public comments on this item?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay, this is Sean Casey O'Brien. I live in a project-based building down here at 3356 Barnard Way. I love your enthusiasm for your RADs and CADs, but is it true that the city of Santa Monica has been out of compliance with HUD regulations for over 15 years concerning these RADs, right?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, that's true. And we have a tenants association here, and we elect our representatives, okay? And as much as I like the city picking things, why don't you let each of the Section 8 buildings elect their RAB members, and from that you can make a CAB. I'm a sucker for democracy, okay? And in the spirit of our dear president tonight, Joe Biden, and his speech on democracy, I hope you all got to see it. I would love to get these RADs off the ground. One problem that we had, I understand a letter was supposed to go out for this meeting. Nobody in my building received a letter. And I know this because I have a lot of seniors and so a lot of not natural Americans, not, they're foreign citizens. And whenever a letter comes out, many of them knock on my door or some of our Russian residents, and nobody did that. So there's a problem there, okay? We need to get the letters out. And I really would love to see this get off the ground because what it really is it's, our voice around housing gives us a voice in the community and in the greater, in our neighborhoods and our greater community. And I do hope that we will get better informed so we can have more people there. And I would ask that you seriously consider not picking people, because we have problems with that before. We can talk about that at another time. And letting each building pick their RAB members. And from that, we can formulate the CABs. And I think that's everything. Oh, one last thing. Did you say the plan is 700 pages?
Yes, it's just shy of 700 pages.
Okay, is there an executive summary of those 700 pages?
I don't think so, but the table of contents is very good, so it's easy to find what you're looking for.
Well, could I make a recommendation that maybe we should ask that an executive summary be drawn up? Because it's much easier to read 50 or 60 pages than 700, and this is a standard practice in all nonprofit and business organizations.
Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you for your feedback. Before we go on to the rest of public comment, I just want to address what you said about elections, because that was my first idea, that since the Housing Authority has designated all 1,600 plus households as RAB members now, even though that doesn't really mean much because they're not facilitating communication between those people, I thought that we might want to invite everyone to an initial meeting to elect those people. But when we spoke with the National Vice Chair Morosco, can you help me out here?
I'm sorry.
When we spoke to Darren and Bridget from the names of their nonprofits.
Okay, National Low Income Housing National housing law project. And I don't remember what, hold on.
Okay.
The other one is difficult to remember.
Yeah, it's a PRRAC, I think.
Yeah, I
but
got
when
it.
we spoke to them, they said that especially in majority tenant-based voucher jurisdictions, which we are, that becomes difficult because those people are all scattered. Now, I understand that you have a project-based voucher, and so the people in your building would all have project-based vouchers, and it seems that you have a tenant council
Right.
of some kind.
Right.
But because the city doesn't own that property, they're just helping to administer the vouchers. We're considered a voucher only jurisdiction, that we don't have any public housing because the city doesn't own those buildings.
Well, that's something that we should talk about more in depth at a future time, because the city owns the land under the building, okay? And, we had no problem. We have 68 units. If I'm off one or two, forgive me. And we had no problem when we pull our people together in a community room and ask them what they're thinking, what's going on, some of their issues. And we had a couple of big issues that made us form this. 300 pounds of bird and their debris came crashing through our roofs at one point because the maintenance failures in this building, I'll give you that history later, but it really focused everybody's mind.
Yeah.
And we find that it shouldn't be a big deal, nor should you negate democracy over semantics, which, project-based, all this stuff. Hey, if you got 4 units in one building, let them vote. If you got 60 in another building, let them vote.
You know what? I have a question.
Okay, so
did I do something wrong to you, Ms. Gray? Because I would like to make a comment, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry.
Sean, you're awesome, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Who am I speaking to?
Is this? I'm sorry. Whoever's speaking, I'll call on you for public comment sequentially. So, Mr.
Well, could she
O'Brien,
identify herself just so I know who that is?
What's that?
Could she just identify herself so I know who?
Sure, go ahead.
To me?
Yes, ma'am. This is Andrew McPherson. I do engage with the Department of Mental Health, with LA Care, with a whole lot of other people, and I have, information about the Brown Act, Robert's Rule of Order, and how democracy has to be a part of the meetings that she's discussing. And I did want to make a comment about that, but I'll wait. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, Ms. McPherson, and I would love to, when it's convenient, sit down and talk to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Brien. All right, next public comment.
I just have a question. So when we're voted as a voucher holder, are we the face of this community, or are we coming in as anonymous members? Is our name on everything?
That's an excellent question, and that's something to be decided. I think it's possible. I mean, certainly this isn't, a CAB isn't meant to be like a political body, and it's not, plastering people's names and faces all over the place. I think it's helpful for housing authority clients to be able to get in touch with CAB members. But I think if people had privacy concerns, that we could probably accommodate those. But again, that'll be part of the discussion. But it's not a high profile public role necessarily, to answer your question.
So we're not losing our vouchers.
So you're what?
We're not losing our vouchers, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. No one is losing their vouchers. This conversation, I apologize. When we sent out this letter, and then Vice Chair Marasco, when we sent out this letter, I have to say personally, I can appreciate, as someone who is necessarily involved in a lot of, social service bureaucracy, that I imagine that you, like me, when you get an official looking letter, your first thought is, oh bleep, what's wrong? And I should have begun the letter by saying good news. So nobody's in trouble. Nobody's cases are being reevaluated. This conversation has nothing to do with your vouchers or your individual housing situation. We are only talking about ways that we can empower the entire community of housing authority clients in order to improve their own conditions by having input in the annual planning process. So I apologize for any confusion or doubt that this may have caused. Nobody's voucher is in any danger related to this conversation. I hope that helps. Vice Chair Roscoe.
Thank you. I have a comment. I wanted to say that I hope that this meeting would be a bureaucracy. I hope that it would be a democratic process, of course, with Robert's Rule of Order, the Brown Act, giving people an equal opportunity to speak on relevant matters, and also for the public to come in who may not be a moderator or a chair or someone who runs the meeting in itself, but does have direct comments having to do with themselves or a family member, right? And with that being said, if we make it so that it is equally distributed and everyone has a voice, then we can have a more functional, sit down and meetings every single, whether it's a month, whether it's whatever, but we do need the funding properly as well. We need to be able to vote on things. We need to be able to have staff to adhere to our necessities. We need to have a whole lot of things. But with that being said, also, outside of this meeting, due to a limited amount of time, I don't know who to report to specifically for those suggestions, but we do need someone that we need to talk to directly who makes these decisions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
May I have the floor, Michelle?
I'm calling on Deborah Lynch.
Yes, thank you. I've had my hand raised and nobody's recognizing it, so I guess it's not paid attention to.
No, I apologize. There's a lot.
That's okay. I don't know how this program works. I'm not an expert at it yet. So
no, you did it right.
Okay. I'm concerned with some of what I'm hearing, and that people wish to address specific issues insofar as it relates to their particular region, like their building or something. And I'm not sure that that is an all-inclusive type of an approach for this. I really do think what we need to do is, first off, consider that the number of people that are available might be 1,600, but the number of people that are willing to put time and effort into seeing to it that a program like this is effective and actually works is probably a good deal less than that. I would be surprised if you get as many as 10% of that 1,600 people that will raise their hand and say, please vote me in. And if they do, maybe another 10% of those will actually show up and do the work. Because when you mentioned all of the caveats that you did about how this program needs to be run and what it should be encompassing and cover, there's no way that many people are going to be willing to put the kind of time into this that it will take in order to accomplish that. Because you're talking about some very professional skill levels in order to handle these issues that you're talking about. Disability is just one of them, okay, that might encompass a wide range of people. But there's so many other issues that to have 7 to 15 people on there may not be enough. It's almost like trying to pass down some of what the commission itself should be doing to people who aren't really being paid for that level of services. So in saying so, it would seem to me that one of the primary ways to help would be to look at it on a regional basis as to how the city of Santa Monica is carved up, okay? I forget the exact number of regional or geographical segregations, but I think there are 7 or 8, according to how they break up their Wi-Fi service, okay, so to speak. And select a certain number of people from each one of those regions, that people that live within those regions would be able to contact people who are representative of them with it on the RAB or CAB. That might be helpful, right, to start off with. As far as election is concerned, I think it should just be people who want to put in their names, say, by those regions, and then, figure out a way to, select the people from those regions that want to be a member and want to be active and are willing to donate their time to be selected. But really, I'm concerned just in this. I've been
Deborah,
on this now.
your 3 minutes are up.
Sorry.
That's okay. You want to finish your thought?
Yeah, I've been on this now for like over 2 hours, and I'm kind of surprised by how much we haven't really resolved yet. Probably because the first hour and a half was all about ADA, and I wasn't expecting that. I thought it was going to go right into this at least halfway through, and it didn't. So if this is any indication of how the RAB or the CAB is going to go, wow, that's mind-blowing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see. More public comments on item 4A. Additional public comments.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Maxine Hayden. I would like to know, Community Corp owns many, many buildings. They used to have a list of all the buildings that they own. Has Community Corp, do you think Community Corp would be acceptable for their people being in a RAB or a CAB?
That's a good
question.
question.
I used to live in Community Corp property. You get a letter every week from them. Kind of overwhelming.
That's a good question. Vice Chair Marasco, you want to take that?
That's interesting that you brought that up, that I actually thought about that over the last few days, and just knowing that even though they're not directly, the buildings are not directly funded by or overseen by the Santa Monica Housing Authority, it is by the Housing Division. And these units are subsidized and do involve federal funding from HUD. So I thought about that, and I thought, why aren't those buildings, 100% affordable buildings, also considered to be like project-based buildings? So that I'm glad that you brought that up, because I actually want to research that, and unfortunately I did not do the research for that prior to this meeting. Sorry, my name is Vice Chair Marasco speaking.
Yeah, at one time, they had a whole list of all the buildings that they owned, and it was somewhere around, or apartments that they owned, it was somewhere around 2,000 units. So that's a good one to get into. I have a lot of other information that I'd like to supply, in particular to the chair of the Disabilities Commission, because I'm the one who said you should look at the guidance of June 14th, 2022, by the California Attorney General Rob Bonta, and it went to, it has to do with local and statewide organizations that they have to adhere to the guidelines and recognize people with disabilities, which would also include seniors. So anyway, there's a lot of guidance that's available out there, including but not limited to legal aid. All of these cases go, when things are going wrong or reasonable accommodations, that's what legal aid has been doing for years. And then the city attorney's office has.
I'm just gonna ask you. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but comments at this point are limited to the RAB discussion. Is there anything else that you wanted to add? Thoughts about?
I think you got a good idea. You know, it's just moving forward with it, but you have to adhere to the guidelines also that are involved with ADA, obviously, which is extensive. You know, every year there was a meeting for housing, you know, where LAFLA attended and statewide agencies and entities. So, you know, I think that maybe one of the meetings should involve someone like Denise McGranahan with LAFLA.
Yes. Well, thank you for that.
Okay.
Are there any other public comments on item 4A concerning a resident advisory board? Or yes?
I would like to give a public comment.
I'm sorry. One person at a time, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Denise Martin. I believe a RAB is better of residents of the federally funded voucher programs because we're the ones who really need representation. Now, please let me focus on the Santa Monica Housing Authority Resident Advisory Board framework, current practice, alternatives. Where the Public Housing Authority plan reads like the Housing Authority is trying to defend itself, although I expect they would want to cover up for the many years the Housing Authority didn't inform the affordable housing tenants in the city that the RAB ever even existed, disenfranchising affordable housing tenants by their actions. Or what about the sham RAB representatives that the Housing Authority chose? They chose people who knew little about affordable housing program and the affordable housing program and didn't even know the terms used. But the Housing Authority also failed to notify affordable housing tenants that they were considering the Housing Commission meetings, RAB meetings. Yet the Housing Authority defends itself like these are normal practices, when they are a manipulative and deceptive practice, in my opinion, to retain control as to what information gets out. And they also do not seem to want the affordable housing tenants to be able to talk with one another.
Hear, hear.
By actions like under alternative to current RAB input processes states, existing staffing resources are available to facilitate a virtual opt-in communication channel, option 1, a virtual annual RAB meeting in places of RAB annual meeting, input at Housing Commission meetings, option 2. Should the council desire option 3 or a different approach not mentioned in this report, additional resources or direction to divert existing staff from affordable housing priorities would be needed. Option 3 is council-appointed RAB, which meets quarterly. Yet under the PHA's responsibility to the RAB, it states, PHA should provide the RABs with reasonable means to carry out their functions, such as making available a meeting place for discussing programs with the residents, according to HUD. Again, to discuss, not dictate over the internet by the internet. Say you have 40 people in attendance that want to speak. Do you not think the point may get a little convoluted or lost due to if not done in person? HUD also states the PHA should make clear that to residents and Section 8 participants that the partnership between residents and the PHA is of benefit to both parties. The residents are provided an opportunity to voice their concerns so their needs are addressed and they can become involved in the planning process. The PHA also gives essential information from the residents about improvements that need to be made at the agency's development and resident self-sufficiency needs. Finally, isn't it that it's never the way it worked out with the Santa Monica Housing Authority? Then examples of other Santa Monica Housing Authority
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Would you like to finish your thought? Okay.
Please.
Go ahead.
Okay. Then examples of other Santa Monica Housing Authority appointed to the RAB is Renee Buchanan. So what if she couldn't get back on the Housing Commission, so you put her on the RAB? Why? Because she's easy to manipulate and control. Then, of course, there's Richard Hilton. One would have to wonder if it's not a conflict of interest to advise the city from the Housing Commission and represent the residents on the RAB. Just more examples of how.
Thank you. I'm gonna stop you there. Thank you for that. And
Okay.
I encourage everyone to share their thoughts that they didn't get to finish sharing, or their expanded thoughts that are a little off topic perhaps, by emailing the commissioners. And we have another public comment. Michael Lewis.
Hello,
Yes, go ahead.
I am Michael Lewis, and I am an advocate for the marginalized, disabled, unhoused, and the suffering, and I am a RAB member. Thank you all for giving us this critically important meeting. When discussing recommendations for how the RAB should work, I have a lot of ideas, and I will share them over the coming months, as will many of us. But first, I want to make sure we all truly understand and appreciate how hard it was to get here to this meeting. Being mindful and ever aware of past resistance and intransigence to a fully functioning RAB will help us with predicting and resolving the inevitable challenges and roadblocks ahead. It wasn't easy in the past. It won't be easy in the future. We must always keep this in mind as we organize, strategize, and take action towards our goal. I encourage all attending tonight or viewing the recording in the future to read my submitted written comment. It is a copy of the oral public comments to this Housing Commission I made in September 2021, exactly 1 year ago. I resubmitted this speech for tonight's meeting for the purpose of offering historical context to show how we arrived at this moment, how the city of Santa Monica, and in particular, the Housing Authority, has resisted the formation of a fully functioning, fully participatory, democratically based RAB. My oral, now written comments summarize in some detail how the Housing Authority fought us, the advocates for the RAB. They fought vigorously, defensively, and too often in bad faith for approximately 3 years now. They were essentially consumer union busting. They were fighting against what we are assembled here tonight to do. They do not want this night to come. They did not want this night to come. For this RAB to succeed to its fullest potential, it is essential to recall that very well-known quote, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." I want everyone to understand how extraordinary, impressive, and inspiring this moment is. This incarnation of the Housing Commission has courageously stepped up to help empower, give a real voice to a vulnerable population that has been historically mistreated, dismissed, and devalued, not only by certain Santa Monica City government entities, but also government entities in LA County and most jurisdictions in this county. From the bottom of my heart, I am speaking for those who are voiceless and for myself. Thank you. Your actions to date, those in the future as well, empower and inspire many, not only today, but for years and decades to come. Thank you. Let's get this stuff done and work really hard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Are there any other public comments on this item?
I would like to give a public comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Deborah Shepard, and I am the former chair of the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District Special Education District Advisory Committee. I was also the Community Advisory Committee chair. I am a Section 8 tenant. I've been living in Santa Monica for over 20 years. I'm also a person who is living with disabilities. And I think it's important to understand when you have this client advisory board that it not just consists of people who live in project-based housing. The housing that I live in is privately owned. And I think when you live in privately owned housing, a lot of times your voice is not heard because you don't have other tenants who can back up what you're saying and who you can be in congregate with. But yet the voices of individuals like myself still matter. And I would just assert that this, if it's going to be a smaller advisory board, that it be consistent of people who represent the community of Santa Monica, people with disabilities, people of color, people with different ability levels, like I said, and then also people who work and people who don't work, because Section 8 is a big program that consists of a lot of different kinds of people. And if you're going to have a board, that board should be representative of the community that it represents. That's all. Thank you so much for having the board, though. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shepherd, for your comments. And you bring up a good point. I forgot to mention that one of the few requirements of the RAB is that its composition reflects the diversity of its community in terms of any vector, any demographic, disabilities, people living in apartments, people living in homes, by color, by sexual orientation, by family size, by marriage status. It's meant to be a diverse body that accurately reflects the community that it's representing. So I want to assure you that our recommendations will definitely include that, and it's important for any RAB or CAB to be a real reflection of the community. Vice Chair Marasco.
I just wanted to say that the idea is Santa Monica does not own any projects, but there are individual units that are project-based and privately owned properties. But the idea is that it would include everyone, absolutely everyone, all inclusive. It would be home vouchers, COC vouchers, project-based vouchers, housing choice vouchers. It would be anyone and everyone who is subsidized or a client of the Santa Monica Housing Authority. And you're absolutely right. It should cover absolutely every, I envision it as so many different people from different backgrounds and different genders, races, ages, everything, and a collective voice of those people is what will really create a good working group that can cover all the bases of all the issues that may be encountered by a RAB or CAB, CAB.
I also would like to add, Ms. Shepherd, that you're absolutely right that tenant-based vouchers holders are scattered. And one of the difficulties in forming this RAB or CAB until now is that it requires the housing authority's assistance for us to communicate with each other because these people are scattered. There is no common building for the most part. And so while I think it's important that it be a large tent and involve all housing authority clients, keep in mind that the vast majority of housing authority clients are tenant-based voucher holders. More than 1,300 of the 1,600 plus families are in independent units like you are. And I think it's reasonable for us to look at representation that's proportionate to the size of the population that they're representing. So for example, that there would be, instead of modeling it after the Senate and having project-based vouchers get 2 reps, and home and COC and tenant-based, each getting 2, that it seems reasonable for those to be allocated proportionate to population, more like the House of Representatives. So I think that might address what you mentioned also. Are there any other public comments?
I kind of have I don't know how to ask this question, but I know you mentioned something about a stipend. So say we're on the board, we get a $50 stipend, that's 12, we do 12 meetings a year. Would that stipend go against our qualified income for our vouchers? What if that stipend brought us over by $100? Do we lose our voucher? Or do we just say, oh, I opt out of my stipend this month?
Vice Chair Marasco,
I know it's probably not a very important question, but I'm, I don't want to lose my voucher over $100.
No, it's all logistics are important questions. Vice Chair Marasco, you want to take that one?
My understanding is anything up to $199 would not require a change in your, would not require a new rent share calculation, but I would be happy to look into that and provide you that information at a later date, tomorrow or something, if you want to provide your email address.
Sure,
Yeah.
I'll DM you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Uh-huh.
That's a good question. Are there any other public comments or questions about item 4A?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is
I have a
David
comment.
Morris.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If you could hold on just a moment, there's a gentleman speaking. Go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Let the lady speak.
Okay. Miss, go ahead. Miss, did you have a comment?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
I'm so grateful for this meeting tonight. Very, very grateful. I've been a Santa Monica resident the last 20 years in a Section 8 Community Corp unit, and I have been having problems with staff members of the Housing Authority. I don't know if this is would be a part of the CAB function, or if this is an unrelated concern. But I've written a dozen emails trying to get help with what I consider to be abuses by some of the Housing Authority staff, and have gotten nowhere. And I was just so happy to get this letter. I can't tell you. So I guess my question is abuses by the Housing Authority part of the CAB function? Does it address those?
That's a great question, and I'm very sorry to hear that you're experiencing that. I'm also sorry to say it's not an uncommon experience. But to answer your question, it depends on how this CAB comes together. There's no prescribed form, but the recommendations that we're looking at, we would like to see an expansive CAB that not only participates in the annual planning process as required, but also represents the concerns and interests of all Housing Authority clients, and helps to facilitate solutions to that. So in that case, yes, I would hope that a CAB would be in a position to hear a complaint like that, for example, and help to facilitate conversation with housing staff. And again, depending on who makes up the RAB or the CAB, it's really up to them, if they adopt their own bylaws, how much or little they want to be involved in other tenants' concerns. But that seems like a very good job for the RAB to include.
Oh, thank you so much.
Sure. And
I just have one other thing.
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. I'll try to keep this brief. I don't know if this is true, but I think it's possible that if the Housing Authority was in control of who is admitted to the CAB positions, that if they knew that I was going to be a part of that, and that's why I haven't offered my name, that they would keep me from being a part of CAB if I were to move forward with that. So I'm just wondering, is there a way to ensure that CAB members would not be discriminated against?
That's a really good question. And just like all collective organizing activities, like unions, for example, fear of retaliation is real and understandable. I would like to think that anyone appointed to the CAB would be in a position to more easily have any discrimination pointed out because they were, that there would be a lower bar for presumption of discrimination given that their activities are known. We've actually had similar concerns with the Housing Commission, and we're talking with city staff about ways to create buffers in the bureaucracy to protect from even the appearance of retaliation between housing authorities. So I hear your concern, and I think it's an important part of the discussion about how to form a CAB that is safe for everyone to participate in.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all your efforts. This is wonderful.
Thank you so much. Are there any other public comments?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hi, this is David Morris. I think that the creation of the RAB, which is long in coming, will do away with the retaliation tactics and the discrimination tactics within the housing authority. The actual power that the RAB is going to create by forming in this matter here in Santa Monica is going to abolish once and for all the shady practices that the staff of the housing authority and some of the city staff have participated in. This RAB has been long in coming, and it's been a long trail from over 2.5 years ago when Barbara Collins was the head of the housing authority manager, and she tried to create an imitation RAB and elect, without anybody knowing about it, tried to create a 3-person RAB to facilitate and appease the people that had stood up demanding that a RAB be created. This is not the way the RAB is formed. The RAB is formed independently by the citizens on Section 8 that want to have a part and be stakeholders in their futures and have power against the housing authority abuses. 2.5 years ago, this lady tried to create this RAB without anybody realizing it or knowing about it, because people had come forward and demanded, according to HUD statutes and bylaws, that the RAB be created here in Santa Monica. You have many cities in this country that have RABs, and many housing authorities in this country that have reasonable internet access to their programs and are transparent as to what kind of business they partake in on a daily basis. Here in Santa Monica, it's a shady deal, and the Section 8 people that apply for Section 8 are totally dependent on the staff at the housing authority to complete their application, to notify them in a speedy manner, which is not the case in the city. And this RAB is going to give power to the residents, not only for people that are on Section 8 now, but people that will be applying for Section 8 in the future. People that apply for Section 8 and their process is not expedited the way it should be according to government guidelines. This RAB is very important, and I want to thank all the commissioners for taking this issue up, because for years, this commission, as it was before 6 or 8 months ago, has not touched this RAB at all. It was brought to them, it was presented to them by the citizens. They did nothing to accommodate a new RAB being formed. And now this commission and the patience that this new commissioners are showing in allowing the general public to participate and to get all the feedback into you guys, I commend you guys for the jobs that you're taking on and the fact that you're taking on this subject. It is not a popular subject with the council. It's not a popular subject with the housing authority or with the housing management here in Santa Monica. So I commend the commissioners. I commend your patience in getting to know this commission and how it operates, and to form a new commission that actually will get things done. So I thank you so much, and all the RAB members that want to create a RAB starting tonight and that have participated in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morris. We appreciate that. Vice Chair Morosco.
I just want to make sure everybody's unmuted so everyone can comment. From my side, it looks like some people are still muted.
Comment?
I
have a comment.
Yeah, unmute.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I hear a lot of noise. Hello?
Let's see.
Yes, hi, good evening. This is Olga Zuraska. I wanted to address some of the concerns expressed earlier by someone who raised the issue of retaliation. I wanted to let everyone know that there is currently some serious advocacy going on at the federal level regarding creating legal protections for tenant organizations comprised of voucher holders. No such legal protections currently exist for voucher holders. They do exist for tenants of public housing, but there are two organizations right now who are advocating to the Congress to actually create protections for voucher holders. And those organizations are the National Housing Law Project and PRAC, which is Poverty and Race Research Action Council. You know, things are going in the right direction right now, and hopefully we won't have to have those fears, you know, fears of retaliation soon. It's going to be basically written into the law that we're protected as program participants who are Section 8 voucher holders, not tenants of public housing. So I wanted to just share that, and in general just thank the Commission for bringing this up. And yes, it is a topic that was neglected for many years. This should have happened decades ago. I'm very happy that we're all here right now discussing how to organize this RAB or CAB. I'm definitely in favor of a CAB, which is an expanded version of the RAB that includes voucher holders who are on programs like the HOME program, COC, who have project-based vouchers as well. I know that the Housing Authority was not willing to work with those other voucher holders in the past, but I definitely support the idea of expanding this tent to include everyone and to have proportional representation of those voucher holders on the actual RAB. So thank you again. And you know, this current fight began in November 2019. So 2 years and 10 months ago, we started actually advocating for a proper RAB in Santa Monica, and here we are now. So we should really appreciate that we're here and we're talking about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to point out that I believe a link has been shared in the chat to that tenant organizing for HUD support that Ms. Zarowska just mentioned, PRRAC. So I believe that link is in the chat. Are there any more public comments on item 4A?
I'm sorry. For those of us who don't have access to that chat, could you please provide that on the phone?
Sure. It is http:// that's Poverty and Race Resource. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. prrAC.org/tenant-organizing-for-HUD-supported-family.pdf. And if anybody missed that, you can also give our staff liaison Noah a call or email him. That information is in the agenda, and that link will also be available there. Are there any other public comments about item 4A? Any more public comments on item 4A concerning a RAB or CAB? Is someone, I see a few, is someone trying to speak? All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and move forward. If somebody has been trying to get through and isn't able to, just let us know, and we'll let you add your comments while we're discussing. I want to thank you all very much for your thoughtful and heartfelt comments and your questions. And I would now like to discuss our recommendations amongst the commissioners in light of this public input. So let's open it up to the Housing Commission. Commissioner Borison.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to Chairman Gray and Vice Chair Marasco for making this happen. It's a great achievement. Thank you.
Thank you. I suppose we're here because we weren't able to make it happen until we got onto the commission, in part. So, okay, so let's see. So I listed a series of recommendations before, and we did do some months ago, we did make some basic preliminary recommendations to the Housing Authority Board that concerned support mostly for communications, but it didn't really involve the structure of the RAB or anything conceptual. So why don't we start with the basics? The initial distinction, I suppose, is in terms of the parameters of the RAB or CAB. It sounds to me like there is a lot of support for an expanded CAB that it represents all Santa Monica Housing Authority participants, as opposed to just tenant-based vouchers. Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
Can I make one? I have a question.
Please, go ahead. I'm sorry, you're muted, Commissioner Hamilton.
Where are we at now in the agenda? Or have we concluded 4A? Are we going to take a vote? Or
no, we've concluded public comments on 4A. We're beginning the Housing Commissioner discussion of 4A, and then we will vote on it.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yes. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, one of the unique features of tonight was bound to be a prolonged comment period for this item, but it's so long overdue that I'm happy we were able to provide a venue for people to share their thoughts. So in terms of our recommendations, are there any thoughts on recommending a CAB versus a RAB? I don't see Vice Chair Marasco. I think she had an opinion about this. Please, Commissioner Gomez.
Yeah, particularly based on the public commentary, I would be supportive of a more expanded body and more specifically a CAV.
Okay. Vice Chair Marasco.
I absolutely agree with the idea of expanding it from a RAB to a CAB. Literally all those people who are on the other programs, not just Housing Choice Voucher people, the annual administrative plan and the 5-year plan directly impacts the programs in which they're participating in. So I completely and totally am in support of a CAB and all of these recommendations and more, and incorporating the comments from the public into these recommendations, and to give this as part of a presentation of some sort to the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board on September 13th.
Okay. We are working on that, by the way, and then Commissioner Borison. Just so the Commission knows, I have inquired about us giving our recommendations to the Housing Authority Board on the 13th in a presentation, And I have been informed that it is standard operating practice for boards and commissions to be allowed to present by, if their chairs are present, getting 5 minutes of public comment. Just want to make sure everyone heard me. 5 minutes of public comments if you're the chair of a board or commission to share the recommendations of your body based on countless hours of deliberation and interacting with the public and listening to people's concerns and crystallizing recommendations and funneling information up the chain to the city council, or in this case, the Housing Authority Board. Apparently, the city considers it appropriate and sufficient for 5 minutes of public comment by a chair. It's less if you're vice chair. I believe it's 4 minutes if you're vice chair, and they didn't mention regular old commissioners, so you might only get 3 minutes. So if you don't agree with that, I encourage you to write to your city council members and let them know that that doesn't seem like a very democratic way to support boards and commissions who are here to support both the public and to best inform the city council about what Santa Monica residents need and want. So I am working on that. But in any case, we will be able to get our recommendations to them one way or the other. And for those of you who are Housing Authority participants, program participants who are still tuned in, this meeting on September 13th is a meeting of the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board, which again is comprised of the City Council and 2 additional tenant representatives, one of whom has not come to a meeting yet, and we're trying to get them replaced for this meeting. They only meet a few times a year, and we're going to bring them our recommendations about this RAB or CAB, but there will be public comments. This meeting is happening during a normal city council meeting. So I encourage you to check the agenda and see when they're asking for public comments on both the individual items that concern you that are going to be heard by the Housing Authority Board and things, general public comments and any other items on the City Council agenda. But that's September 13th, and it'll be subsumed within a regular City Council meeting. Okay, so we're talking about a CAB. I don't hear any dissent so far about that. And it's true that the administrative plan applies to everybody, so it makes sense that everyone would be able to be involved. The initial idea, oh, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Borson, please.
A couple of comments. First of all, I would not mind a $50 stipend. I could take one of those. Next thought, I want to be devil's advocate here. The Housing Authority clients, a large number of who are in large buildings that are solely for Housing Authority clients. I can understand the RAB. I'm not being able to counter the power of those organizations. Now, I support the CAB, but this one thought is you have you'll have smaller market rate and rent control buildings who may have a single Section 8 tenant in them. And they are not used to dealing with this sort of situation. And I would hope that they will not become some sort of football as a result of the RAB or the CAB. So I support the CAB, but I'm a little bit concerned about the smaller apartment buildings that are not handled by any authority, and about how they will have to respond to CAB issues. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. That's a good point, and one that was brought up by one of the public speakers. It is true that the only affirmative obligation in terms of federal regulations, the only affirmative obligation for a RAB is representation for tenant-based vouchers, which would be all those scattered people in mostly market rate housing. We do want to make it more expansive, but as I mentioned before, I think the simplest way to address any potential imbalance is to have representation be proportionate to the group that they're in. So of the 1,600 plus housing authority households that are served, more than 1,300 of them are tenant-based housing choice vouchers. So those are all those singles spread across the city. So that's the vast majority. And so it seems like the majority of the cabs should be comprised of people who are tenant-based housing choice voucher holders. And then there would be smaller allotments for the other programs that make up the remaining 300 households or so. Does that seem like a reasonable way to preempt any power grabs by, geographically condensed?
It's not really what I was trying to say. I think you have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I agree. With your measuring it out. The thought was you have the housing authority and large housing providers who have 100% affordable buildings, and then you have smaller amounts of voucher holders in other buildings, and you maybe have a very small buildings like mom and pop buildings may have one Section 8 tenant. I'm just trying to work out how those mom and pops will this impact them in any meaningful degree or not. It's not I'm not saying cab. I support the cab. I'm just thinking through my own thoughts about what this would mean for smaller landlords in some way, but I don't know what the answer is there.
No, I appreciate you bringing it up. Now's the time to air any doubts or questions. I think, and please cut me off and tell me if I'm misunderstanding the question, but it sounds like you're thinking in terms of buildings, and so you have big buildings with lots of people in them, which should seem to equal greater representation, and then scattered mom and pops that have singlets in them, and so they would have less representation. I don't know if you've seen that graphic of a big fish going after a little fish, and then all the little fish coming back and going after the big fish. The idea being that, organizing makes you bigger than your individual parts. All of those mom and pops will actually have more representation than the individual building. Because there are more project-based vouchers in those dense buildings and more tenant-based housing choice vouchers in the mom and pops. Because as I understand, mom and pops make up more than 60% of owners in Santa Monica. So that's the vast majority. More than 1,300 of the 1,600 households are in those mom and pops. Proportionally, it would be 60+% of the 1,300 are in mom and pop apartments. So they would actually have more representation than people in these large buildings, because the large buildings, the project vouchers are attached to the individual people, not to the building. And so it's not the building that, so even if the building is denser, it doesn't mean that it's, first of all, comprised entirely of project-based voucher holders. There are a lot of people in those buildings, Vice Chair Moscow, is that correct? A lot of people in those buildings who are not voucher holders.
Yes,
there are other kinds.
That's correct. And it wouldn't just be that. There are buildings that have a large number of deed restricted units in it. My particular building has more than 95 deed restricted units, but not all of those people have a Section 8 voucher. So there are many here who have vouchers, who are voucher holders, who have deed restricted units. We have regular renters here who, have a little bit nicer of a unit for more money, obviously, and they just pay regular rent. And then there are the people who are just unsubsidized but live in a affordable unit, and they have to adhere to income guidelines, but they would not be included in a CAB, necessarily, not at this point anyway. It would just strictly be people who are subsidized through the Santa Monica Housing Authority.
Yeah, which is a limited population. I mean, Santa Monica has 93,000 residents or so, and the Housing Authority serves 1,600 and change households. So if you think maybe 3 times that, you're still looking at less than 5,000 people. And again, the CAB members wouldn't be all the members of those households' families. It would only be for adults who were eligible to apply for the CAB or the RAB. So if it makes sense, and this is not mathematically accurate, but roughly speaking, it's reasonable that you would have 10 tenant-based housing choice voucher CAB members, 2 DOC voucher representatives, and 1 for the home program, for example. And then what, Teresa, Vice Chair Marosco, like 1 or 2 for project-based vouchers? I mean, all of the rest of those 3 programs are only 300 plus families. So the vast majority of the representation would be for those singlets in mom and pop apartments.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead, Commissioner Borison, and then Vice Chair Marosco.
So you say there are 1,600-ish voucher holders who might be eligible for the CAB, but there are a whole heap more affordable apartments in the city. I think there are thousands, several thousand, 100% affordable apartments in the city. So this is not going to capture those residents.
No.
Even though they're in, quote, affordable buildings.
No. Vice Chair Marosco?
I guess that's not really part of this effort.
No, it really is unique to the Housing Authority, which is an arm of a federal agency. All of those affordable housing, all of the affordable housing you're talking about is comprised of a multitude of programs and, subsidies and, different things, but the Housing Authority is really its own thing. Vice Chair Marosco?
So I was going to say that, Mr. O'Brien, who was on earlier, he's left the meeting, but he lives in a building that has many people who have project-based vouchers, and they do kind of have their own, it's not a formal resident council, but they have some kind of group, and they get some money to have 4th of July events and so on from the city of Santa Monica and the building itself. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but in a sense, they already have what is officially called a resident council by HUD. And a resident council usually is formed in a public housing project, which would be 100% affordable, but is owned by the Housing Authority, owned and managed by the Housing Authority. And so these buildings are not like that, but from what I'm hearing, feedback from the calls that I have received is that the people where they are concentrated with project-based vouchers in those buildings, and there's only a few of them. I think maybe 3 or 4 buildings, maybe a few more than that. I can't remember what the number is, but they would like to do like their own resident councils in their buildings. And I assume that CCSM could organize, and maybe that's something we could talk about, assisting them with as a housing commission, because I think that is an important issue that somebody needs to take up. And that each one of, getting away from the 100% affordable, but at least the people with the project-based vouchers would like to have for each building one representative sit on a on the CAB. So someone to represent each building. I don't know if that's possible, and I was hoping that Mr. O'Brien would have brought that up when he was speaking on this item, but he didn't. But I mean, it's something we should be, talking about and thinking about to ensure that, across the board, everybody gets a chance at representation. Because I think that is what the biggest concern is in this conversation right now, is ensuring everyone has some type of representation.
Commissioner Everts?
Hi, sorry, I've been having some connectivity issues. I've been looking at your attachments to your agenda and was reading the staff RAB recommendation draft. And in looking at that, I'm not quite sure who wrote that. When it says staff, is that I'm not quite sure who wrote it, and I'm not quite sure what the status of it is, because it looks pretty thorough. My question is, it sounds like the rules state that the rules state there should be a RAB, and so Santa Monica Housing Authority's response was to say everybody who is being provided support, federal support or voucher support, is on the RAB, so that everybody's in the RAB. That's what it sounds like. And so it sounds to me like what you're discussing tonight is, should it just be certain numbers of people, certain people with certain vouchers, or everybody? So I think obviously everybody is the right answer. But I'm wondering, it sounds like it's too chaotic to have everybody be part of the RAB, because there's no organization principle, there's no leadership to facilitate meetings and things like that. So it sounds like what we're discussing tonight is, how do you get everybody who should be represented to choose a leadership council, if you want to put it that way, to facilitate understanding what the issues are and then providing some method of making recommendations to either us or to the housing authority. I'm not quite sure who. So please just tell me if I'm understanding this correctly, and also clarify for me that the staff RAB recommendations draft, who wrote that and what is the status of that? Because it's pretty thorough and it looks actually pretty good. So that's my comment for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Everts. Let me clarify. That attachment is and we're very appreciative. Our new staff liaison, Noah, was able to get that for us. We've been asking for it since we had the housing staff here on a panel, and they mentioned that they had already been discussing their recommendations. So those are the draft recommendations by the housing staff, which, as most of the housing authority staff right now, the senior staff, or the senior managers, are actually city employees rather than housing authority employees. I believe this was probably drafted by a city employee, but within the housing division. Now, there are issues with this draft and misrepresentations of the history of efforts to create a RAB. It is true that the housing authority at one point opted to declare all housing choice voucher, tenant-based housing choice voucher holders, so it's the 1,300 plus families, not all 1,600 plus, but the 1,300 plus families as RAB members. That could have been okay if they had facilitated communication among those people. But remember, the tenant-based housing choice voucher holders are completely scattered to the winds. If there are two of them in a single building, they might never know about each other. So, so all these people are in individual duplexes and apartments, and ADUs and whatever, and they have no way to communicate with each other. And it is the Housing Authority's affirmative obligation to facilitate that communication, and they did not do that, despite much clamoring for it by activists for years. And again, they haven't had a. It's the reason why on the agenda and in these conversations, Vice Chair Marasco and I and others have been using the term functioning RAB, because we've given up the argument that there's no RAB, because sure, on paper there's a RAB. They've all been declared RAB members, but it's not a functioning RAB. They don't speak to each other. They haven't been told what their obligations and rights are. I'm sure more than 90% of all 1,600 plus families didn't know there was an administrative plan or what it was. So no, there was no meaningful RAB. And these, at the September 13th Santa Monica Housing Authority board meeting, where we will make our recommendations, the staff will also be making their recommendation. And this is a draft of those recommendations. So it's good that we have them because we know basically what they're thinking of recommending. And I'm not sure what part of it looks good to you. It seems to me like the three options that are provided there are oddly segmented, and even all together wouldn't be sufficient. But the first suggestion is a listserv, and it's not 1985. So I'm not sure how that's, how that's like a viable option for, encouraging meaningful participation among RAB members. But it is a start, and a combination of some of those three recommendations could certainly be the beginning of a viable plan for a CAB or a RAB. I hope that answers your question.
Sure. Yeah, that really is helpful. Obviously you've read it in great more fine-tooth comb than I have. I wasn't that specific about what I liked about it. Just there's a plan, or there's awareness that this needs to happen. So I think that what we're doing is important to make actually this idea actually function. And I think that fellow's comment, the public comment about knowing that people didn't actually receive the letter was really important for us to hear, that it's really not working. So, and just as a suggestion, if at that meeting we can, each of us, you and the vice chair and each one of us can get a couple of minutes, could we sequentially present a longer presentation? I mean, I'd be happy to read something that you,
yeah,
if you wanted to do it that way. Get ourselves, 7 times 3 minutes is 20 minutes, right?
Right. My understanding is that for the public that there's a limit to how many minutes can be donated. I expect as a courtesy, given the pushback, that they would probably oblige us with however many people we lined up to donate minutes. But you never know. But certainly you can also make comments on your own behalf, and even on your own as a commissioner, if you would like. I'm guessing they might give you 3 minutes instead of 2 because you're a commissioner. So whether we presented this together or serially, I'm sure we could take the time that we needed in order to get our recommendations across. But I appreciate the idea. Thank you.
Good, thanks.
Okay, so we were talking about, it sounds like there's a general consensus about the CAB. We're looking at the number of participants. And we had initially said perhaps 7 to 15. There was one person who mentioned they thought that wouldn't be enough. Interestingly, the person who mentioned that maybe 10% of people would be interested, which would be 160 households, and maybe only 10% of that would be on the RAB, that would be 16 people. So, I defer to you guys in terms of, what kind of involvement you anticipate, or how big of a body you think might become unwieldy, or if it's fine to have up to 30 people, for example, and have them break up the administrative plan into working groups. It doesn't have to be a small group. It just can't be everyone. Commissioner Vice Chair Marasco, and then Commissioner Gomez, did you have something?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Marasco.
I was just going to say, I think that would be up to the CAB how they decide to do that. But I just wanted to say quickly too, because we are losing callers, if you wanted to make the announcement about September 15th and to also repeat our contact information. And I'll give my phone number. You can give your email address and the email address for Noah. But if you could make that announcement, because it is related to this item.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. Yes, everyone, we are delighted. The Housing Commission is delighted to announce that we have a very prominent guest speaker coming to speak with us. Senior HUD Secretary Demetria McCain will be joining us on September 15th for a special Housing Commission meeting. The sole agendized item of which will be a conversation with her all about affirmatively furthering fair and affordable housing. So I encourage you to tune in. You can call, you can attend online. There'll be an opportunity for public comment. I encourage you to share your public comments in writing ahead of time because that will give Ms. McCain the greatest opportunity to read them if she's able beforehand. But we encourage all of you to be there, and we're very excited to welcome her. Yes, Vice Chair Marosco.
And I just wanted to say she's actually the secretary of FHEO, Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity. And it would be all things fair housing, including discussions of raising payment standard and the ADA issues that we are experiencing here. So I definitely encourage everyone to come to the September 5th special meeting of the Santa Monica Housing Commission and to obtain a copy of the agenda or subscribe actually to the Housing Commission agendas within the next few days so that you can get a copy of that agenda sent to you directly, either by calling Noah Mendoza or sending him an email. And you could call me if you have any questions. Again, Vice Chair Teresa Marosco, and my telephone number is 720-226-4051, and my number is also included in the letter that was sent out for the Housing Commission meeting.
Great, thank you. Yes, and my email address again is michelle.gray@santamonica.gov. That's michelle.gray@santamonica.gov. And if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to email me or any of the housing commissioners. Did that cover it, Vice Chair Marosco?
Just Noah's email address.
Thank you. And Noah is, his email address is Noah Mendoza. It's NOE.MENDOZA@santamonica.gov. Yes, Vice Chair.
And his telephone number, and you should call to or email him to get it onto the interest list so the agenda comes to you automatically.
Yeah.
So his telephone number.
Yeah, his telephone number is 310-458-8310. Again, staff liaison Noah Mendoza. His number is 310-458-8310. And I believe that's a general housing division line. So just ask for Noah or leave a message for him. Great. So we were discussing size, and that's a good point, Vice Chair Marosco, that it sounds like that'll be something that the CAB could determine when they establish their bylaws. Commissioner Gomez.
Yeah, I don't know that there's necessarily a right or wrong answer in terms of the size. I'm not aware that we've done any benchmarking. So let me ask that in terms of size. Do we have any benchmarking in terms of similar bodies in terms of how big they are?
Oh yeah, 7 to 15 is a very typical number. Right. There's some that the ones that have the housing authorities that also own properties, so they have public housing, tend to have bigger bodies. But yeah.
Yeah, and look, I think that being said, it's obviously going to be a watershed event that we are going to have a functioning RAV or CAV, which is enormous progress. And the only commentary that I have is less about size, and more specifically, it's more quality than quantity. And obviously, we want to be as inclusionary as possible. And so the bigger an organization does get, the more unwieldy it can get. Consequently, a number we should entertain is something in the way of 10 to 12, if it needs to be an odd number.
Right.
11 to 13. And,
right.
I think we should, land on one of those two and, add that to what we've discussed this evening and then move on. Because again, I think an awful lot's been accomplished here. So.
Okay, great. I think we did initially give a range because we wanted to account for the possibility that there was low turnout. And we also wanted to accommodate the possibility that there would be a lot of people and we didn't want to turn people away. So I think a range is probably still okay. Your odd number is a good point because they will have quorum issues and votes just the same as we do. Now, in terms of, this is a big question, in terms of how they pick or how CAB members become CAB members. The two large schools of thought right now seem to be either they are appointed or they are elected. Obviously, the appointments would be a type of election because it would be the Housing Authority Board probably who would do the appointments and they would vote among the nine of them. But it was suggested that because the job is, there is some technical demand. It requires more than just a willingness to participate, although I have to say willingness could probably get you past a lot of lack of knowledge. But it seemed like applications were appropriate, the way we do boards and commissions, in order for people to say, minimally why they want to do it. I mean, it might be the equivalent of a 1-minute stump speech at a live meeting, but having an application would, I'm concerned about it being intimidating to people, but I'm also concerned about people volunteering without realizing everything that's involved.
Chair, if I may, just point of clarification here. So what we're going to suggest then is a range as opposed to a specific number in terms of the body?
I think so.
And so who will determine the size of the body?
Vice Chair Marosco?
I believe it would be.
That wasn't the answer to the question. I was calling on her. Go ahead.
Yeah, that would be up to the CAB. I mean, the first meeting is going to determine really how many people are actually interested, and then I suppose they can sit down and find out who each other are and what these situations are, and the different vouchers. The idea would, ideally you would have one person from each program be a representative on the CAB. So one or two representatives from each program, shall I say, DOC or continuum of care, project-based vouchers, the housing choice vouchers, the home vouchers, and am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing one of the home,
DOC, project-based and tenant-based. Yeah.
I think that there might even be some
emergency vouchers. I'm not sure.
Emergency vouchers. I'm so sorry. Why did I leave those out? People who just recently got emergency vouchers. And I also believe there are some VASH vouchers. I heard that there were veterans that had VASH vouchers here. I still haven't been able to confirm that, but you know, the idea is that you have representatives from each of those groups.
Right. And so I apologize. When you were mentioning them, I didn't tally them up. How many is that?
5 or 6?
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Okay.
So if there were 15, it would be like 1 or 2 people per program.
Okay.
Yeah, but again, to
Ideally.
the point
Not
that
would
the
do that.
Commissioner Borison raised earlier, I think it's reasonable for it to be proportional representation instead of, I mean, there can be a minimum, but I think it's reasonable for housing choice, tenant-based housing choice vouchers to have a larger proportion of the representation than the other programs because they make up the majority of households. But again, it might be 5 to 1. You know, it doesn't have to be statistically limitless, you know, proportionally.
Yeah. And my last commentary, because I don't want to elongate the conversation, is that I think we're better served providing some semblance of guidance. Chair, just like you mentioned, that there are some groups that are larger. Consequently, there should be more representation. And again, my only position here is that it'll expedite things, I think, if we can provide some guidance. Because obviously a lot of thought has been put into this. And unless somebody's there really facilitating this, this could be, you know, it could translate to a circular discussion.
No, that is a good point. That is a good point.
And so, you know, again, I just think we'd be well served to provide some guidance in terms of this is what we think the number should be, and this is the mix we think it should be, but obviously afford them the flexibility to alter that. You know, but again, I think some semblance of guidance in that regard would perhaps serve us best, and that's all I have to say. So.
Okay. Now, one of the key decisions is, again, whether we recommend that those CAB members be appointed by a body like the Housing Authority Board, for example, or elected by the entirety of whoever shows up among those 1,600 plus people. It might be 20, which is fine, but if they're elected by the households themselves. I mean, I suppose the first time could be done differently, and then the CAB itself could help determine how they want to do it moving forward. You know, my initial thought had really been, because I agree with Mr. O'Casey, that my first thought is that you should err on the side of transparency and everyone being able to participate. And so I thought it would be great for there to be an election. But when we spoke to the professionals at the National Housing Law Project and the Poverty and Race Research Action Council, they suggested that they didn't use the term herding cats, but they suggested that you have to limit it at the outset in order to have a manageable, I guess, a manageable project. And they also emphasized that the job is not for everyone. Not that there's any, you know, educational requirement, but, you know, there has to be a willingness to do some vigorous administrative deliberation, you know, because it's a pretty tedious document. Vice Chair Marasco.
My last comment to this is that essentially once the RAB begins to meet, the Housing Commission would not really be involved with the RAB. It would just be them working on their own, although I think that they could easily come to the Housing Commission if need be to gain some assistance or knowledge or wisdom or support. But in my understanding, the whole idea is for the RAB or the CAB to form and to operate completely on its own, only being advised and meeting with the Santa Monica Housing Authority regarding the annual and administrative plan and the 5-year plan.
There was a recommendation in the comments, which is close to what we have been discussing. I'm sorry, I realize I'm jumping back for a second, but in terms of number, Elizabeth Lutz recommended that it be 2 people from each program and then some more from the HCV, because they do make up the vast majority of the population that is being served. Is there anyone here who's better with quick statistics than I am, who can help us determine what a proportional amount would be on a small scale between 1,300 of 1,600 people versus 4 more groups made up of 300? Any statisticians here or finance people? I'll give you a minute to think about that. But yeah.
Can I make a comment? As one of the stakeholders originally trying to advocate for the inception of this RAB, I think the Housing Commission has done a great thing by presenting this to the city, but I think we're getting off track. This RAB should be formed independently of the city or any city body. And it's basically a meeting of the minds originally, and that meeting of those people that come to the meeting and want to be part of that RAB, they can vote as to whoever wants to be on the RAB as maybe an officer or a chair. They can start there. Then this thing can change in the future. It can be changed to whatever they want in the future, but there needs to be minimal government oversight or handling of this RAB. This RAB is strictly for the people that are receiving these vouchers, and they can create this on their own. It can start in one place, and then it can grow into whatever it grows into that's going to make it better and better and better. So I think the commission, and thank you for taking my advice in this, if you do, just keep as much hands off of it as possible so that it's created by the RAB members independently. And that was the original idea about creating this RAB. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate the course correction. It's a very good point. The idea is for us to have for the CAB to have as minimal interference by the bodies that they're trying to contend with as possible. So why don't we do something like recommend that letters go out to the entire constituency of the Housing Authority, all 1,600 plus families, inviting them to an initial meeting where they can, I guess, vote on things like how many of them there would like to be. I'm sure, as in most situations, some natural leaders will start to emerge. Some people will be more vocal than others. And it seems like there are already people out there, in the audience who have ideas about how they'd like this to work. Does that seem too freewheeling for you guys, or does that seem like a good way to, let them take the ball and run with it?
Are you suggesting that we do that before the meeting, that we recommend to the council what we're thinking?
No. Our recommendation, if in this case, based on what I said, the recommendation would be for them to send out notices, for them to schedule a meeting, send out notices to all 1,600 plus families.
Oh, that's the recommendation, is to do what you just described. Okay.
Right. And then allow them to, start to determine their own structure. What do you guys think of that?
I do think that there needs to be support for the formation of this group. It hasn't happened on its own. So the idea that we're going to suddenly say to everybody, hey, go do this, I do think that there needs to be some sort of structural support to the creation of this to give it, strength and purpose and focus. So I don't know if that's us or if that's the council or who that is, but I think getting everyone to do it themselves is great.
Yeah, I'm just not used to having things that are just open-ended. I think it is a major deterrent in terms of the effective launch of any organization. I'm a strong advocate of organization because organization brings about effectiveness and change. Disorganization does the opposite. Consequently, I do not believe that providing some parameters as suggestions in any way, shape, or form is oversight or stifling in nature. Consequently, I do believe that providing some semblance of structure is far superior to the housing authority adopting a recommendation as opposed to something that's freewheeling. To me, it would certainly cause some discomfort. So again, I believe that providing a semblance of a suggestion in terms of how many and where they should emanate from is certainly appropriate, but that's just my opinion. And I'll bow out because we've spent a lot of time on this.
Sure. What if we split the difference and we encourage the popular election of RAB members, but we recommend how many RAB members there should be and how many, like a minimum amount of representation for each of those different program groups. We could also even recommend that anyone who's interested in being a part of the RAB go up and speak before the entire group at the meeting for 1 to 2 minutes and explain why they would like to be. So the elections are taking place based on some information. And then they can, I think that would give them a concrete task to accomplish in the first meeting. We could also, there are a number of sample bylaws available, and we could also provide those for them to work off of, so they're not starting from scratch. How does that sound?
I think that sounds like a very good start. And I don't know how far we'll be able to go tonight in fleshing out a detailed, structural system. I think if it's something fairly lightweight that we can just put together quickly, in a very short amount of time, we can possibly do it tonight. But it is getting quite late, and I think that if it's more detailed than that, it'll have to go to another meeting.
Okay.
Can I comment on one thing again, going back to the staff report?
Yeah, go ahead.
It talks about the options for all the various iterations of how they might do it, and some of it refers to staff helping do this, that, and the other, and some references the council selecting people. And what it sounds like to me, Chair, is that you're suggesting that we, the Housing Commission, do those things. So I think that's also an interesting point. I agree. I think that somebody should help facilitate the creation of this body to help it become the most effective body it can possibly be. And I'm wondering, can we decide tonight who we might want to recommend be that facilitating helping hand? So there's the Housing Commission, or there's the staff, or there's the council, is according to that other document. Just a thought there.
Yeah, no, that's a reasonable idea. I would nix the idea of staff because I'd argue they've had 20 years to do that and they haven't done it. So I'd say either the Housing Authority Board or the Housing Commission. I'm sensitive to the fact that the Housing Authority Board oversees the Housing Authority, and so there's not necessarily a lot of daylight between them and staff, although I tend to think the Housing Authority Board is just much further removed. So I don't think that they, I think they're just more distanced from this than anything, instead of interfering necessarily. But what do you
think there's a difference in the gravitas that would be lent by one of those bodies helping? And I hear you about the staff being overwhelmed, but is it better coming from us, or is it better allowing one of the other councils to do it? I want to make sure that the RAB is successful and strong, and that they speak with a voice that's actually listened to. So I wonder if what your thoughts are on that.
Well, at the risk of sounding and maybe being very biased, We're the body that provided a platform for people to speak most freely tonight and to try and empower them. So if the question is between the Housing Authority Board and the Housing Commission, I would expect people would probably, it's not about gravitas, but I think there would probably be more comfort and trust with the Housing Commission, which is made up of other residents, rather than the Housing Authority Board, which is made up of elected officials. I think that there's probably an intimidation factor there that would prevent people from participating as freely. So if you think it's a good idea for someone to help them steward this, into existence, then I guess my recommendation would be the Housing Commission. But I realize that I have a very definite point of view on that. So I encourage everyone else to weigh in.
Yeah, I think my preference would be for staff, but I'm hearing you, obviously they don't have the space to do it. So yeah, I kind of agree. I'm leaning towards it being the Housing Commission as well.
Anyone else have thoughts? Vice Chair Maraska?
I just want to make one last comment. Maybe it's just me and it's some kind of sensitivity on my part, but I just want to say that there are many people who are already interested, who are perfectly capable of, coming to a meeting and sitting down and figuring out how to form this RAB. So I don't want to make it sound like they're children and they need somebody to hold their hand. I don't think that that's what people are necessarily saying. I just want to make sure that it's not coming off that way. There are many, many people who are being subsidized by the federal government who are very well educated people who ended up in circumstances where they needed to get housing assistance. And so, I don't want to make it seem like, this group is saying that they can't do things on their own. I agree with providing advice, but if the RAB-CAB decides they don't want any more advice, we shouldn't be forcing ourselves upon them.
How about this? And at the risk of blurring lines here, we have 3 potential CAB members on the Housing Commission already. And so I think that as Vice Chair Marasco said, based on the comments we've gotten tonight and the fact that there are already 3 potential CAB members on the Housing Commission, I think the CAB is in good hands with some direction, but not micromanagement. Does that sound fair? It might not be the most efficient, but as I've mentioned to you guys before, the thing that struck me most about the ethics training is that it was impressed upon us that our job is to be transparent, even at the expense of efficiency. And I think that should apply to the CAB also. I think that we should recommend that the Housing Authority set a date for an initial meeting that's accessible remotely with closed captions, sign language interpreter, other languages, with enough lead time to make it fully accessible to everyone. Make sure that there's a call-in option, and to set up the first CAB meeting, we can recommend a range for them to appoint CAB members and designate how many from each program, and allow them to make elections themselves. How does that sound? Vice Chair Maraska?
Yes, I agree with that.
Anyone else?
I think you should just let the authority clients just have a go and just see where it goes. And if it looks like there's no progress being made, then maybe it'll need more direction. But it's something that they if we revisit the issue after a couple of meetings, and if they're not making progress, then maybe that's maybe more direction is needed at that point.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I really don't think the lack of a RAB formation until now was for lack of dedication or interest on the part of potential RAB participants. I really think that it's just been a matter of communication, and once that communication is facilitated, I think they're going to take off like a shot. Okay, so recommending.
I have one more.
Oh, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. So I'm just trying to imagine how the first meeting would go. If there would be just some person in the audience would just take charge, and is there more structure on that initial meeting that's needed? It's kind of Commissioner Gomez's thought. Do you need to have somebody in charge at the first meeting, or is it just a free-for-all? And I don't know how you bootstrap that.
Well, and this is getting to a point where I feel like I have to share my thought, but not vote on it. I think that Vice Chair Marasco or I could easily lead a RAB meeting, an initial CAB meeting, for example. I'm not trying to insert the Housing Commission into it, but we are individually Housing Authority clients. So if it needed some assistance in that first meeting, that is a possibility. But I would completely defer to the Commission's judgment on that. Vice Chair Marasco.
I guess the last thing that I would say is, just to, the issue is that a lot of people on the program have trust issues with the city. And so I would say maybe if it came down to it and that assistance was needed, that it could be comprised of like Denise McGranahan from Legal Aid, could be Douglas Sloan, who is the city attorney, and maybe a housing commission subcommittee to assist them. And again, I'm just saying, if they felt like they just really they just don't understand if we don't understand, if the RAB CAB doesn't understand what to do, that we can make the recommendation to call on the assistance of the two legal representatives and then a subcommittee of the Housing Committee.
That's a good idea. I like the idea of a subcommittee too, because that way we can offer advice, but we wouldn't be controlling anything or imposing anything. We could be a resource just like Denise McGranahan. We're volunteering her for the job, but her or someone from Legal Aid.
But the idea is to support and to guide, not to tell them what to do.
Exactly. So suggesting setting up an initial meeting, inviting everyone, making it accessible, and having resources there for them to consult with if they have concerns about how best to proceed, but also recommending that they elect at that first meeting an initial range of CAB members, after which, and that those CAB members draft their own bylaws, and that a housing committee, subcommittee could be available for assistance if it was wanted, and that we could try and secure knowledge assistance from LAFLA and possibly somewhere else. I might object to Doug Sloan just because of the city angle, but I think LAFLA is a good idea. Go ahead, Vice Chair Marasco.
I'm just curious though, when we say elect, people are not really going to know each other. And so we talked before about putting in, applications. I mean, maybe just initially it would be just some people trying to step into that position just for the meeting, or I don't know. How is that going to work?
I was involved in a big youth group when I was younger, and we did this kind of stuff all the time. You elected people you didn't know, and people who were interested in vying for a position would go up and have a time limit on their speech, and they would give their pitch. Vote for me because, and again, because there's so many spots, it's not like it's, you have to pick 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 2. I mean, this is going to be 7 or 10 people or more. So I don't think it'll be hard to fill spots. And it sounds like we already have a lot of interest. So I think people just going up, I mean, applications are a good idea. I'm just concerned that adding more bureaucracy is unfair to people whose lives are already so burdened by bureaucracy. And I don't want it to be intimidating to people. So I suppose if somebody wanted to write something down and have someone else read it, that would be fine. But in general, I think each person just getting up and speaking for maybe 2 minutes and saying why they should be on. And I think that's a good enough amount of time to get a feel for whether a person, is dedicated and has any idea what they're talking about. Go ahead, Vice Chair Morosco.
One more time, sorry. But so the people who are project-based vouchers would have, it could end up where they have over-representation on the CAB because there are more of them concentrated in one building, so more votes. So if you're going to elect someone, I mean, I guess we should say that we want to have them apply for the specific group?
Yes.
Okay. So only we're saying would only be 2 members of each group, or 1 or 2 members of each group, housing choice voucher, COC, project based, so on, so that we don't have an overwhelming number of one group over the other, right?
No, I think the proportionality is still important. I think that, again, math is not entirely my forte, but I imagine a minimum of 1 person from each of the programs, and then perhaps 5 from that are tenant-based housing choice vouchers would probably be a decent general representational balance. Again, I think it should be proportional because because we are a voucher-only jurisdiction, and it is the tenant-based housing choice voucher tenants who are least represented in all contexts. So I think it's important, especially since the RAB is originally designed as protection for them and power for them. I think it's important that they're proportionately represented. But okay, we can give recommendations about that.
I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that we're trying to get representation from each of those groups. Yes. So it's not like, you're having, just one group over another. We're trying to get representation for each group. I just want to make sure that was.
Yeah. And I would really like to do that math, which I'm obviously not going to do during the meeting. So if we're voting on that particular part of it, I would hope that we could agree on the formula that we want to use, and then we can and the math will be done afterwards, even though we're not going to meet again before the 13th. But if we can agree, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I wonder. It sounds like we're getting a little bit in the weeds about telling this group, this freewheeling group, what we think they ought to do. And I wonder if we really want to make all those recommendations now. It sounds like what we ought to be doing is organizing the meeting for them, and then and you're saying that the subcommittee of the Housing Commission could be there as a resource in advisory if required, and this lawyer person, which is great. But what you're talking about right now, telling the RAB what the proportion of this, that, and the other is, isn't that something that really should be left to them? Just to be completely stupid about it. I mean, it sounds like we're getting a little bit in the weeds of pre-organizing it for them.
It's not stupid. And on the one hand, I agree with you about them coming up with it on their own, just this initial number, for example, and the breakdown. But on the other hand, Vice Chair Morosco and others are right that it's possible that the people who show up will disproportionately be project-based vouchers, and will not necessarily vote to protect a minority representation, protect minority representation. Vice Chair Morosco.
I guess I would say that an application process should be issued prior to the first meeting. So, and to put the parameters in there for the application, just as they do for the Housing Commission, such as the 2-year and the 4-year seats. So I guess it would be best to do it that way, because we did already have that in our recommendations, that it be an application process, right? Did we have that in there? I thought we did.
That was an idea. It wasn't decided. It was an initial idea that it could be application based. And we can certainly send applications out with these letters and have people show up to the first meeting with, but see who would review the applications. That's the issue. Which is why I think that people speaking spontaneously, I mean, they can prepare comments if they want, but I can't emphasize enough, and I am happy for the people who can't appreciate what I'm talking about, but I can't emphasize enough the bureaucratic violence that these people live with every day. And I think if we can take away one more piece of paper that they have to fill out, I think that's great. Vice Chair Morosco, you froze, so I don't see a reaction to this if you're raising your hand.
Oh, no. So, I mean, is it even important that, I guess what I was trying to say in the beginning, is it necessary that immediately we have to, the RAB or CAB has to make a decision? Can it just be the first meeting, finding out who has interest, getting an application process going, having maybe the Housing Commission subcommittee there, and the legal representatives or legal aid, Douglas Sloan, and to go from there? I mean, is it necessary that we have to say we're recommending that they immediately elect people? I mean,
I think it's important that in the first meeting they decide who is going to be in the CAB. Otherwise, they're just talking. I mean, this does actually have to be a body with people filling the roles. So I think that minimum suggestion is reasonable. I mean, I suppose if you wanted to do a more casual initial meeting, you could. It just seems like it might prolong the process, since it seems difficult for the Housing Authority to get letters out. So. I know we want to wrap this up, and it sounds like we're erring on the side of not being too restrictive with our recommendations. So far I have that we are recommending a CAB as opposed to a RAB, so it involves the most number of people. Did we come up with a suggested range of the 7 to 15 or 11 to 13, or was there any consensus on that? Well, 7 to 15 encompasses all of that. So is that reasonable to give them and let them decide? We're just giving them an order of magnitude?
Yes, okay. I'm good with that.
Okay. We do want the Housing Authority to set the initial meeting and send out invitations to everyone to come attend. Does that? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Does it sound like we would like to have a Housing Commission subcommittee that would be there as a resource for them?
Yes.
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 Okay. And then let me just, yes, Vice Chair Morosco.
And to invite Denise McGranahan and Douglas Sloan.
Yes.
Okay. What's your reasoning on the city attorney?
I just feel like, maybe they can assist in, helping to flesh out some of the most difficult details. I don't know. I
I'm just concerned that he's a representative of the city. He's a representative of the housing authority. I mean, we've
oh,
discussed this, that there's,
maybe you're right about
yeah,
that.
so,
Yeah, okay. Denise
but I'd be happy for them
McGranahan.
to be another lawyer from another nonprofit or legal aid, you know.
Yeah, Denise McGranahan for sure.
Okay. And we can see if she has a recommendation. So one or more legal resources for them to refer to, you know, reasonably independent resources. Do we agree in general that the CAB is to be created as a resident organization that represents the interests of the Santa Monica Housing Authority program participants at large and participates in the annual and 5-year planning process? Does that sound like a good gist to everyone?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Chair Marosco.
I actually just thought of something else too. That probably would be the best way to go forward is to invite the two
RAB reps?
No, the two people that we had a meeting with at National Housing Law Project.
Oh, Darren and Bridget?
Yes.
What about them?
Maybe they would be, if
they would be a great resource. Yes,
yeah,
thank you. No, that's a great idea.
they would be like perfect and on point rather than Douglas Sloan. I mean, still to bring Denise McGranahan because she's local.
Yeah, but I believe they're both lawyers too, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great idea. Okay, and again, a recommended mission, and again, they can write their own, but along the lines of ensuring that the Housing Authority clients actively participate in the decision-making process regarding Housing Authority policies and procedures and are actively engaged in their community and building leadership skills. Does that sound like a good working recommendation for a mission?
Are you going to include in the invitation letter some of the attachments that you included tonight, like example bylaws and example recommendations, so that people who are getting the letter, I mean, when you're reading some of those statements, it might be helpful to have those resources in people's hands before the meeting?
Yeah, I think that we would have time, given that this takes a little time to plan. I think we would have time to put together a concise, user-friendly flyer or a few pages to be included with the letter to help people learn a little more about it before they show up at the meeting.
Exactly, and so they'd know what they're getting
idea.
into. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay. And this subcommittee could probably help put that together. Okay, and then we've covered most of the communications recommendations, but I just want to clarify, we're looking at suggesting that the CAB propose its own annual budget along the lines of them taking, deciding how they want to be run. However, we do recommend that the Housing Authority cover the cost of a website, a domain name, and a host, so the RAB members can have email addresses that are not with the city. Possibly an outlay for the initial basic website design, only because it would need a secure area for members and member chat, and that's a slightly more complicated order of website. Otherwise, I could volunteer to do it. A dedicated phone number with TDD and TTY accessibility and outgoing messaging, and covering 1 to 2 surveys a year to all clients, agreeing to a physical city mailbox, which really is just people being able to write CAB care of the housing division, and whoever's on the CAB can go pick up the mail from the city, but just so there's a physical address. Covering the cost of a Zoom account for meetings, an online fax account, translation support at meetings as needed.
Mailing costs?
Mailing costs. To your point, Commissioner Everts, about materials, I would like to recommend that CAB materials, just saying what the CAB is and why it's important and how you can join, in all new client onboarding materials, for both new vouchers and people who poured into the city, so they know that it exists. The city already gives email addresses to the 2 CAB members who would then be on the Housing Authority Board, so that's already done. That the CAB should adopt their own bylaws. That should then be included in the administrative plan, and that we recommend that the CAB, in consultation with the legal resources that we're offering them or others, create a memorandum of understanding between them and the Housing Authority Board and possibly the Housing Authority. That was the recommendation made to us by those nonprofit lawyers, just so everything's in writing and they know what their relationship is and what they've agreed to. And also the recommendation that when they adopt that memorandum of understanding, that it be incorporated into Housing Authority Board bylaws by reference and the administrative plan in its entirety. Did I do too much at once, or does that all sound good?
Somebody did their homework. Thank you.
Vice Chair Marasco, go ahead.
I just want to make sure we don't forget the stipend.
Yes, thank you. Shall we, perhaps in solidarity, because I certainly agree that at some point we should broach the issue of stipends for boards and commission members. Would we like to recommend that they offer a $50 stipend to each CAB member for each meeting, as they do for Housing Authority Board, tenant person, or actually they do it for the entire Housing Authority Board now. And I'd like to reiterate that the CAB's job is not going to be summer camp. This is a tedious document. This is some serious homework. So the stipend seems reasonable to me. What do you guys think? I mean, the worst they do is say no, right?
Where does all this money come from?
This money all comes from the Housing Authority, which is federal funds. So none of this is city money.
Okay.
And there's a more complicated answer to that question, which involves our entire year's work plan. So, but the short answer is it's federal money.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, so all the things that I've read, and then the $50. Oh yes, Vice Chair Marasco, go ahead.
Last thing before we close out, could we form the subcommittee now?
Sure. Do we still have all of our commissioners on? I know people have been going on and off video. Commissioner Hilton, are you still there? Commissioner Hamilton?
I'm still here. I'm listening in.
Great. Commissioner Hilton, are you still there? Commissioner Hilton? Okay, so how would you like to do this? By volunteer? Are there any volunteers for the subcommittee, for the CAB subcommittee? I see Vice Chair Marasco. I would like to volunteer for the CAB subcommittee, but I also don't want to take a spot from someone else who's interested. So you guys speak up if it would have to be 3 people or less. Anyone else? Commissioner Everts?
Am I volunteering? No, I'm not.
No. Well, I'm asking. I can't see you raise your hand or not.
Sorry, no. I have to go really soon, so if you need a vote, let's do it sooner.
I do. Okay. Yes. So I would like to volunteer. Vice Chair Marasco has volunteered. I don't hear any other volunteers, and since there are only 2 people so far, that leaves room for Commissioner Hilton. I'm not sure if he's still on the call, but if he would like to join, then we will also add him. There's still room to do that. So having said all of that, all the recommendations that we've discussed and finalized in the last 10 minutes, we're going to do a roll call vote. Is there a motion
Hello?
to... Yes? Hello, Commissioner Hilton?
I have some comments on this item.
Please.
So what hasn't been discussed in preparation, I assume that's what we're talking about, the September 13th council meeting, and they're really critical. And one of the commissioners did refer to the cost. One is staffing requirements, and the other one is the number of meetings, the frequency. And if you look at the staff report, least option 1 to most option 3, resource intensive, the HUD code says that PHA shall allocate reasonable resources. Then it says taking into account the size and resources of the PHA. So July 21st, we heard our housing authority levels are down from 10.5 to 5. And we've even heard public and commissioner concerns, even tonight, about housing authority response. Then it says for option 3, the most intensive, and this is for quarterly meetings, it says, quote, additional resources or direction to divert existing staff from affordable housing priorities would be needed, unquote. So can we get back to that item is, what are the staffing requirements that you're proposing based on the number of meetings, the frequency?
The staff are not required for any meetings. In fact, they shouldn't be there unless they're invited to discuss something with us, or I should say with the CAB. The only staff requirement is to send out the mailings, which I believe Vice Chair Marasco will point out that they should have a Pitney Bowes machine for, and occasional translation support for meetings. But there will be no staff facilitating the meetings or operating any of the administrative. I mean, it's going to be a separate Zoom account. The CAB will be pretty much self-sustaining, with the exception of the communications things that I've mentioned. So staff support required is minimal. The only other staff involvement would be when they were invited to come educate the CAB on what parts of the administrative plan are discretionary. But again, that, as well as these communication requirements, are already a federal obligation. Yes, Vice Chair Marasco.
And to just speak on funding itself, right now there's a big push and already funding being made available to help support resident advisory boards or CABs. So and that's at the federal level. So that is where the money will come from. It's not going to be taken away from any city budget.
Yeah, and frankly, the issues with city staff allocations really becomes a city decision about how they want to use their resources, because there are positions open now in the housing authority that have federal money waiting to pay someone to fill those spots. There's no reason for the city to allocate any city resources for this. If they insist on relying on city staff in the city housing division in order to do housing authority work, that's not something that we can control. But that also doesn't mean that the funding obligation is something we're asking for. That's their decision about how to manage their own operations. So all of this should be paid for by federal money. And the staff time required is minimal.
Well, I agree it's a federal budget for staffing. When I attended meetings at LA City Housing Authority, they had regional meetings with 10, 15 people. They had 3 staff. When they had the big annual meeting, they had 45 staff in an auditorium with 300 people. But ultimately, you have to have staff.
No.
Especially when there's plans. When there's Santa
what?
Monica plan.
When
there's
what?
the Santa Monica plan, and there's discretionary discussion.
Right, but again, the cab would only need staff, and again, minimal staff, like 1 or 2 people for a few hours to educate the cab about discussions. The discussions about changes in the administrative plan would not take place with staff. The point is the cab wants to have those conversations by themselves. There's no requirement for staff to attend meetings, and in fact, it would probably be discouraged. Does that make sense?
Well,
I mean, it sounds like your experience is with a differently integrated body. This is by design as independent as possible.
well, what this sounds like is option one: no staff, no organization of the meetings, internet opt-in, chat participation, and the concern, which is ongoing because I experience it here in the city, is that a large number of our participants are seniors, persons with disabilities, families who don't have cable TV or internet due to either cost or disability, and they will not be able to participate. So it ultimately there's a budget involved.
I'm not sure what you mean by a budget involved, but absolutely, all of those people would be able to participate. We've been very explicit about covering all access options, including phone call-in options, including translation, including PTY and TDD, closed captions, which is available on platforms that aren't BlueJeans, live closed captions. So this should be accessible to people who don't own a computer or a smartphone, which is the majority, or a little less than half, apparently, of the Housing Authority clients. So we're very mindful of that. And all of that has been taken into consideration, including the request for an online fax account. So there's no friction when communicating with people who primarily use fax instead of email. So I think we've got accessibility covered. And to your point about the 3 options by staff, I reject the notion that we need to choose one of their proffered 3 options. I don't think any of them are sufficient on their own, and even together, they're not the best mix. So our recommendations are independent, but they do touch on a lot of things that staff have mentioned. So. If there are no other comments, I'd like to move on to, yes, Vice Chair Morosco.
Commissioner Hilton, do you want to be on the subcommittee?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We asked that before. We weren't able to hear you.
Well, I'll defer if there's another commissioner that would like to do it.
I said the same thing. Commissioner Borson, Commissioner Gomez, Commissioner Hamilton, and Commissioner Everts. Now's the time to speak up. I see some shaking heads, Commissioner Hilton, so I think the spot is yours.
Well, I'm not getting all the attachments in time before the meeting, but I'll agree to do it.
Okay. Okay, so let's go to, is there a motion to adopt the recommendations as described in the last 20 minutes or so, including, I suppose, the affirmation of Vice Chair Morosco, Commissioner Hilton, and myself as constituting a CAB Housing Commission subcommittee. Noah, are you there?
Motion for that. Oh, sorry.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Everts, is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Gomez seconds. And Noah, can you give us a roll call vote, please?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Hilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton? Commissioner Hamilton? Okay. Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Borson,
Yes.
Commissioner Everts,
Yes.
Vice Chair Marosco,
Yes.
and Chair Gray.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, everyone. I know that this has been a long and tedious discussion, but just imagine how long and tedious this journey has been for all of those who have not had the benefit of a platform or an opportunity to share their voices in this discussion. Vice Chair Marosco.
I just wanted to mention one more time for the people who are still on that are Santa Monica Housing Authority program participants to please be sure to attend the September 13th City Council meeting where the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board will be convening and we will be making these recommendations. We would like for you to, if you cannot attend, or even if you can attend, if you can submit any public comments before noon on September 13th to the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board or would-be City Council and city staff.
Thank you. Thank you again to everyone who participated in this discussion, especially all the Housing Authority program participants who came out tonight. Thank you. I hope it's the first of many productive conversations amongst Housing Authority clients. And with that, we're going to move on to item B, which I believe the balance of our attendees are probably looking forward to. This is a presentation and possible adoption of the Ad Hoc Work Plan Subcommittee Proposed Housing Commission 2022 to 2023 Work Plan. Everyone,
Michelle,
please.
I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I have to go. I'm so sorry. Thank you. It's
That's
kind of
okay.
late here.
Commissioner Everett.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye. Okay. If the commissioners would please, and anyone who'd like to follow along, please see the agenda attachment for item 4B. There's one attachment. It's a spreadsheet. Pull it up myself. Okay. Now let's take a look at the 2022-2023 Housing Commission Work Plan that's been proposed by the excellent Ad Hoc Work Plan Subcommittee. This proposal was crafted over the course of 3 public subcommittee meetings in the last 3 weeks, all of which included public comment and robust discussion by subcommittee members. Now, the way I'd like to do this, because this is so dense, I'd like to go through section by section of the plan and call for public comment for each subsection. So comments can be focused on the immediate discussion at hand, because otherwise I think we'll lose track of it. Let's start with the first focus, which is affordable housing. Can we silence that? Okay, so how would you guys like to do this? Does anyone want to take turns reading the proposal?
I could read the first one.
Please, go ahead.
Okay. Section 1.1, facilitate creation and maintenance of... Now, do you want me to read both A and B?
Please.
Okay. Facilitate creation and maintenance of complete citywide rental inventory. Part A, evaluate possible means of conducting complete rental inventory by area median income based on current rents, including accessibility data. So basically do a citywide housing inventory. That's correct. And then recommend to City Council and Monica Housing Authority Board how to conduct and maintain complete rental inventory, including accessibility data.
Thank you. Would anyone like to take 1, 2? And then we'll take comments for all of section 1 on affordable housing at the same time. Vice Chair Morosco?
Is it possible to share the screen of that for the people who are on the meeting, or?
Noah, are you able to share the attachment for 4B on your screen for everyone?
Let me pull it up. While I'm doing that, feel free to continue.
Thank you. Vice Chair Morosco, you want to go ahead with 1-2?
Oh, actually, I was trying to pull it up and I couldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give me a second.
Sure, no problem.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, Noah, if you could make it as big as possible and take out your framing, that'd be great. So while that's coming up, item 1.2 is quantify Santa Monica affordable housing needs. And this is entirely contingent on item 1.1, a citywide rental inventory. Part A is quantify existing housing inventory by AMI based on current rents. Part B is quantify Santa Monica rental population by AMI. And C is compare existing housing inventory to Santa Monica rental population by AMI based on current rents. Are you able to do a full screen, Noah?
This is the attachment from the agenda. So.
Right. Are you able to do a full screen with that window?
Sorry, I've never used BlueJeans share screen, so.
That's no problem. I appreciate you figuring it out as you go. Okay, that's fine, as long as you're scrolling. Okay, would anyone like to take 1.3? Vice Chair Morosco?
1.3. Sorry, I was still trying to.
It's okay.
Trying to pull it up for some reason. I can't get it to come up. But evaluate current nonprofit housing providers in Santa Monica. 1.3A, assess nonprofit housing provider transparency, including buildings, number of units, and number of Santa Monica Housing Authority clients, and wait list management, including eligibility and priority criteria. 1.3B, assess value for money of nonprofit housing providers. And 1.3C, advise City Council, Santa Monica Housing Authority Board of nonprofit housing provider assessment based on transparency, waitlist management, and value for money.
Okay. 1.4, increase access to existing rental inventory. Part A, explore vacancy tax. Part B, discuss short-term rental violations with city code enforcement. Part C, advise City Council of possible means of recapturing existing rental housing. Thank you, Noah. Somebody want to take 1.5?
I'll take 1.5. Expand affordable housing program opportunities in Santa Monica. A, identify possible government and other funding and resources. B, advise City Council and Santa Monica Housing Authority Board of opportunities to expand affordable housing programming in Santa Monica.
All right. Thank you, everyone in the audience, for your patience who have been waiting for this. We are now opening this up to public comments only on the affordable housing section, which is items 1.1 through 1.5. And I will first call on Candy Arnold. If this was what you wanted to comment on, you have first.
Yes, it is.
Please go ahead.
God bless you. Everybody has a lot of patience. God bless you. I wanted to speak to the part that says assess value for money for the nonprofit housing providers. I live in community corporation housing, and I have lived here since the building opened in 1995. And I would say when you're assessing the value, you can't place a value on being able to live in a place that you can afford and not have to worry about watching every single penny. It makes such a difference in a person's life. I raised my daughter here. My grandson lives with me now. He's an honor student. He's AP. He's on his way to college. That is something you can't place a value on. It is just worth its weight in gold. And living at Community Corporation, I have the nicest neighbors. Children are playing downstairs. They are learning how to get along. It is a wonderful place to live. And I really think that this is something that should be supported and that should strongly be, basically, they should fund it because we need more of this type of housing in Santa Monica. I grew up here. I went to John Muir, John Adams, Samo High. I went to everywhere in Santa Monica. And I had a great experience growing up in Santa Monica, and I loved it. I had the most wonderful time playing in the parks, going to the beach. I think everybody should be able to enjoy that experience. And I think Community Corporation and other nonprofits that deal with housing should be funded to allow people that don't live here now to experience the great life that is Santa Monica. And the great education, I enjoy going to the schools here. It's a wonderful place to live. So I encourage you to fund this. And the value, it's priceless. Thank you. God bless you. And please support affordable housing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arnold. You have a great night. Next, we'll have Tara and then Tara Pompasini. Go ahead, Tara.
Hi, Tara, are you going to go first? Tara P?
No, Tara with no name last
B.
name.
Oh, that's me. Okay, that's Tara. Okay. Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Tara Borauskas. I'm the executive director of Community Corp. We're a 501c3 nonprofit public benefit organization created by community leaders in 1982. We've been a longstanding partner of the cities and we've developed over 900 affordable apartments. I'd like to provide some clarification about our housing. First of all, we're highly regulated and provide financials annually to the city and state. We follow the city housing priority guidelines and give preference to people who live or work in Santa Monica. The rents are set by the city or state local housing agencies. Please note, rent control is a different housing program than affordable housing, but Community Corp has both types of housing in our portfolio. We don't always know the income of our rent control household. We accept Section 8 vouchers and currently serve about 300 voucher holders in our portfolio. I have several concerns about the rhetoric in the work plan that I'd like to address. First of all, regarding the inventory, I'm concerned about privacy. For decades, we have not published our list of buildings to protect the privacy of our residents. We believe strongly this privacy should be maintained. With regard to 100% affordable housing, putting affordable housing in high-resource neighborhoods is affirmatively furthering fair housing. There's a UCLA Lewis study that asserts affordable housing built anywhere, but anywhere in cities that are high opportunity advances fair housing. In addition, the city has an affirmatively furthering fair housing plan, of which the number one goal is production of affordable housing. We have both mixed income buildings and 100% affordable. We have buildings in every neighborhood of Santa Monica, including north of Montana. We have service programs that help provide connection of residents to the larger community, as Candy was mentioning. And we also have a resident leadership council, which we've had for over 5 years. We serve a variety of income levels in each building. The most serious housing problem we have is a lack of supply of affordable housing. I suggest the work plan strongly focus on how to create more affordable housing in the city, as the waiting list is over 8,000 people. For example, you could study how much more funding could be added to the Housing Trust Fund. I also agree that the voucher payment standard needs to be modified. I'm happy to be a resource of information for the Housing Commission. Thank you.
Come on, go home.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Tara Pompasini? Tara Pompasini, did you want to make a public comment? Okay, we'll come back around to you. Just speak up when you're able. Are there any? Hello? Hello? Would someone like to make a public comment on 1.1 through 1.5 of the work plan proposal on affordable housing?
I would.
Go ahead.
This is Jonathan Mann. I've lived in Santa Monica now for over 40 years. I was under rent control for much of that time, and I bought a house here and lost it. Now I'm paying $2,200 a month for a converted garage, and my rent was just raised $1,000. Now, I'm only mentioning this because I'm not the only person that's been harassed by a landlord. And fortunately, I have help to fight this. I found out that they have to give me 60-day notice. So I have some time to find another place to live. But that a lot of the housing that is available is going to people who are on drugs and capable of working otherwise. And a lot of people like my brother are falling through the cracks. He ended up living in a graveyard. So I think we need to address the people who are falling through the cracks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. I'm sorry for your loss. And I was muted before. Thank you, Ms. Barauskas, for your input. Are there any other public comments on Section 1, Affordable Housing, 1.1 through 1.5 of the work plan? Any other public comments? Tara Pompasini, if you're having trouble getting through, you're welcome to weigh in on this section even once we've moved past it. Okay, if there are no more public comments on that section, why don't we move on to Noah, would you mind scrolling down? Now I'm using your screen too. Thank you. The next section is affirmatively furthering fair housing, starting with 2.1.
Chair Gray.
Yes.
Can the
Go ahead,
commission
Commissioner
comment?
Yes, I was going to, it's up to you guys. I was going to go through the whole thing, asking for public comments and then having commissioner discussion, but we can do that one section at a time if you prefer.
Hey.
Commissioner Hilton?
Yes, I'll start with 1.3, ID 1.3. It says evaluate current, then it says potential affordable housing, and there's reference 3 times to nonprofit 100% affordable housing. This can provide.
Let me stop you real quick,
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton. I think you might not have the most current version. 1.3 reads, evaluate current nonprofit housing providers in Santa Monica, CF 2.1. Are you looking at the last proposed draft?
Well, I didn't receive the final work plan attachment, but it appears that my wording is the same. And I wanted to reference that there's a breakdown of city funded, and it also includes our zoning AHPP inclusionary totals. It's contained, and even the bedroom size numbers is contained in a rent burden analysis staff report, and you may want to look it up, February 20th, 2020. It's 8 pages. Also, a few additional.
Hello? I'm sorry, Commissioner Hilton? We seem to have lost you. Oh, go ahead.
Also, our city-funded 100% is just one type of our housing. So we have zoning, which is a requirement, and just to give some some statistics. Our inclusionary is 1/3 of our total, and our city funded, and Ms. Baraska spoke earlier, is 2/3 of our affordable housing. And in 2022, the percentages are probably similar. Inclusionary 643 units and city funded 1,292 units. That was in 2020. So the percentages are probably similar, comparable to each, but they're higher in each category. The point I'm making is the 1/3 zoning inclusionary is missing, so it's omitted. Also, 1.4, increase access to existing rental inventory. This is, I think, apparently when the affordability potential is underutilized or jeopardized, and it says vacancy tax, illegal short-term rentals. For our zoning AHPP, we have a compliance monitoring requirement, meaning there's a per unit fee paid by each market development, and staff each year evaluates the household income. Also, for in the case of fair housing violations, they're not as significant in project-based housing, where you have all the residents who are subsidized paying essentially the same or similar rent. I just wanted to point those out. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm audible now. I think you're muted.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. As the CEO of the Santa Monica YMCA, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about why affordable housing is so important to ensure everyone has the opportunity to thrive and reach their full potential. The YMCA has been in existence since 1927. We provide services that support the well-being of our community. Families and seniors make up over 50% of those we serve and are the majority of those in need of financial assistance. It will take more than 5 years to rebuild our operations back to pre-COVID status, mainly due to lack of staff. In today's economy, it has become more and more difficult to hire staff to rebuild our operations and bring back all the programs and services we can offer due to the inability to attract and retain staff. I've had people not accept job offers and others resign because the cost and time of commuting no longer works for the average household. Affordable housing is critical for me to attract and retain employees. Many of the people who participate in our services come from Community Core Housing, and thanks to the City and Community Core, we have been able to find affordable housing for some of our staff, but more is needed. I know firsthand that rent-controlled housing has enabled hundreds of households to stay in Santa Monica because many of them are part of our financial assistance recipients. I was first employed by the YMCA in Santa Monica in 1984. For the first 2 years, I commuted from North Hollywood. I knew this was not sustainable, but hoped and eventually did acquire rent-controlled apartments that allow me to continue to work for the Y at my meager salary, $14,000 a year. Although I ate a lot of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches those years, I loved my job, and eventually I was promoted several times until in 2003 I was appointed as the CEO. I eventually was able to save enough to make a down payment on our home and become a homeowner in 2011. Thanks to rent control, I was able to stay and thrive in Santa Monica and give back to others. I think my personal story speaks volumes for how affordable housing provides stable, long-term housing for lower-income residents in a city that is very unaffordable for so many. Without affordable housing, we lessen the opportunity to create a population rich in diversity and culture from a broad socioeconomic background. I could share several series of stories of people I've met through the Y that were able to come off the streets, get a job, get married, and make a decent living because of affordable housing. I currently have 3 staff that I will not lose now because they could be placed in affordable housing. I speak for many in the nonprofit world, from healthcare to educators to local youth serving organizations, that we are an important part of the fabric of our community and need affordable housing to ensure we can staff the services our community wants and needs. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional comments? I see that Renee Buchanan has a comment. Ms. Buchanan, we're happy to either take your call when you're able to get through, or if you're not able to, if you'd like to type your comments in the chat, we're happy to read it out for you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I was having trouble unmuting.
No worries, go ahead.
My name is Renee Buchanan, and I am a Community Corps resident. While 100% affordable housing may not end poverty on its own, it is one of the benchmarks of a community dedicated to the holistic health of all of its residents. In spite of certain opinions to the contrary, it is imperative that 100% affordable housing remain at the forefront of our city's fight to end housing inequity and inequality. By focusing on everyone within its borders, regardless of economic and housing statuses, Santa Monica will be able to continue to forge ahead, establishing a truly sustainable future. Specifically, affordable housing has the capacity to provide safety, security, identity, space, and opportunity to families whose lives are otherwise dictated by economic disparity. When faced with less economic disparity, low-income families are better able to maintain their physical and mental health, achieve financial goals, and succeed academically, all of which will reduce costs to our city. Simultaneously, those families will face less social discrimination and exclusion and be in better positions to participate in our local government, work in our local businesses, and give back to the city which has supported them. Ultimately, the city will experience further economic growth, which will benefit each and every one of us. And it is this that Community Corporation guarantees as it affirmatively furthers fair housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buchanan. Are there any other public comments on the first section, affordable housing? Any other public comments? Are there any other commissioner comments or questions about this first section? I guess we'll go section by section.
I have a question.
Please, Commissioner Hamilton.
Yeah, so how are we going to go about doing this? Just more of like a point of order about this work plan, because are we going to have a chance to vote on these individually? Are we going to be asked to approve the work plan in total? Because there's a variety of things here, and I want to say I wasn't a real participant in the making of this, and so a lot of work went into this work plan, and I want to acknowledge all the work that did go into it. I really think there was a tremendous amount of effort, and I want to commend my fellow commissioners for this, and I mean that truly. That being said, there's a couple items in here that I like a lot. There's a couple items that I don't agree with. And so what I'd like to know is whether we'll have the opportunity to vote for these individually, or will we vote for it in total? And if we vote for it in total, can we offer an amendment at the end to remove some specific items?
That's a very good question. I don't want to vote on it item by item because I think that would take forever. I believe we're required to do a roll. It would take virtually forever. But I absolutely welcome any motions for amendments, and we can certainly deal with each section on its own to make it a little more manageable. So we can take a vote on each of the 5 sections. And if you'd like to propose any amendments, by all means. And we will vote on the, I guess we'll vote on the amendments first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would like to make a motion based on the public comment to remove items 1.3 and 2.1 from the work plan.
Okay, Noah, would you please scroll up a little so we see 1.3 and 2.1 at the same time? Thank you, sir. Okay. You'd like to remove them in their entirety?
In their entirety, let's see. I think 1.3, I would like to remove 1.3 in its entirety. And I'm looking at 2.1C. 2.1C, that seems reasonable. So maybe just 2.1A and 2.1B. So that's my motion. 1.3 in its entirety, and then 2.1A and 2.1B to be removed. And I think there's a, and I can give you my reason for it. In regards to 1.3, I've interjected about this issue in the past, and I may not have done it very artfully. So my apologies to the commission. But it's something I'm very passionate about, and it is something that is, for me, one of the main reasons why I'm on this commission and why a number of people in Santa Monica are energized by this idea of affordable housing. And there's a couple things that about 1.3 that just strike me and kind of rub me the wrong way. And it's a personal opinion, but I think that I don't see a lot of justification for this in the first place. I don't hear any reason. There was, at least I didn't hear and haven't heard any underlying reason for this. And I think it also is, puts our housing providers on the defensive, to come in and to assess them, and the language in this puts them on the defensive when we as a commission should be trying to find ways to help them build more projects, not to evaluate them in this sense. So I don't think it provides a real open door for our, the nonprofits that are working here in Santa Monica, and nonprofits that might want to come in and create affordable housing in our city. I think it creates a negative environment. That's a personal opinion, but on a very non-personal opinion, this is very objective. This is not a oversight commission. This is a commission to provide recommendations to City Council based on housing policy that is going before council, or is something that the council wants the public's opinion on. This is not an oversight commission. There's nothing within in our purview at the city level that is asking this body to provide oversight on. And that's doubly true for private companies. This is not an oversight commission that has been given any purview over nonprofit or for-profit corporations, period. And I think that to pursue this in our work plan is could potentially put us working at cross purposes with people who are trying to provide affordable housing. in our city. And I don't think it puts the commission in a very positive light at either at the staff level or potentially at city council to be skeptical of our nonprofit providers. The language of this also just seems very vague, and so, but I won't get into. I don't want to talk about the vagueness of the language. I just want to say the language does seem vague, seems very open-ended. I think it just needs to be removed. So that's my opinion, and that's my motion.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'd like to say before I call for a second that I submitted a transcript from our second to last subcommittee meeting when we discussed this to the city attorney's office and asked him to weigh in on a conflict of interest. He has not replied. I would like to open it up to the commission in terms of a discussion of potential conflict of interest here. My understanding, Commissioner Hamilton, is that your livelihood is earned through partnering with the nonprofits that are subjects of the items that you wish to omit. So are there any questions or comments from other commissioners?
Yes, I'd like to offer the motion, but stated differently, that our mission statement, our Housing Commission mission statement, says we support a variety of housing types. Project housing is not defined as segregation. In fact, it helps to integrate neighborhoods and the city, and it's an alternative and option to inclusionary and rental subsidies. So I would motion the same as the commissioner, that 1.3 A, B, C, and 2.1 A and B, we delete them from the work plan. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure how that wording differs from the original motion.
Well, I'm motioning.
Okay, so we have two of the same motion. I still would like to, before we move forward with addressing the motions, I would like to address the underlying potential conflict of interest, and I would like to hear from the rest of the commission.
Let me just say that the city attorney is the one who is going to opine on the conflict of interest. And I think that if you are going to open this up for everyone's personal opinion about this issue, I have an issue with that. And so it's very clear. My bio is online. I work for a nonprofit community development finance institution. We provide early stage acquisition and pre-development financing for affordable housing developers throughout California. It's something I'm not ashamed of. I'm very proud of it. It's one of the reasons why I'm here on this commission. And yes, it is true. Some of my clients do business in Santa Monica. When they have matters before the commission, and I recuse myself. And so, Chair Gray, if you have a issue with that, that's fine. That's your personal issue. If you care to opine about any conflict of interest or care to solicit additional comments from the commission about this issue, I take issue with that. And the city attorney is the right person to make that call. And I'll abide by whatever the city attorney has to say about this issue.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I hear you. I would like to point out that in our ethics training, which was fairly extensive, in our ethics training, it was made very clear that our highest duty is transparency and inspiring confidence in the public that we are here to represent.
Okay, well, let the city attorney opine on that issue.
Let me finish. And that even the appearance of impropriety is as bad as actual conflict of interest because it erodes the public trust in our positions. It seems clear to me that you have financial ties related to the subjects of these items. I responsibly reached out to the city attorney and he did not respond. So for now, I will reject these proposed amendments on the basis of conflict of interest. I don't ask you to recuse yourself from the entire work plan because there's obviously a lot here that you should weigh in on. And I would like to remind everyone that the chair can be overruled by a majority of the rest of the commission. And so if you disagree with me, I encourage you to voice that and take action.
Commissioner Gomez had a question.
Please, Commissioner Gomez.
Yeah, and I'll be very brief here. I believe Commissioner Hamilton should, if we do take a vote on this motion, recuse himself. There is a clear conflict of interest on his part. And consequently, I think we should gravitate to either voting on his proposed amendment or not.
Are there any other questions?
Chair Gomez, the city attorney will make that decision. For you to say there's a clear conflict of interest is your personal opinion.
It's not my personal opinion. When you
don't make that statement.
When you have a professional and financial interest in what you're advocating, it's a definite conflict of interest, and you do. This is as clear as day.
I tend to agree. Are there any other comments from commissioners other than Commissioner Hamilton?
Commissioner Hilton, I motioned because I would have probably motioned anyway. I don't reside in 100% affordable housing. I never have, nor do I work for any 100% housing provider and never have. But it's my motion. Do we have a second?
I'm going to weigh in on a point of order here. Commissioner Hamilton, I am excluding you from this vote and participation in this motion, which includes your ability to second, but I will accept Commissioner Hilton's motion because he does not have a conflict of interest. So if any other commissioners besides Commissioner Hamilton would like to second, you are free to do so. All right, seeing no second, the motion fails. Moving on. Are there any other questions or comments, discussion from commissioners about section 1, affordable housing 1.1 through 1.5?
Yes, I have it's
Please.
Going back to the very start, section 1.1, part A, and we see evaluate possible means by area median income. Now, what is the area median income? Now, we hear time and again how that the affordability is affected by this, and it seems, I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but the sources of the data are very unclear. But it seems like the standard that Santa Monica is using for the median income analysis is actually the California, is actually the LA County median income, which is about 80K. But that is the whole of LA County, and you're including places, in the far northeast of the county where rents and incomes are far lower. I did send a couple of attachments, which I only found them where.
I'm sorry, you broke up for a second, Commissioner Borison. Could you repeat that? Although I did get your attachments. Thank you for those.
Sorry, other sources indicate that the Santa Monica median is more like 98K. And so one of the tasks I think you should look at in section 1.1 or maybe a new section to see what is the actual AMI in Santa Monica, not in LA County. And we should be using those numbers for, there's no, the AMI that we're using is not clearly sourced, and no one's really been challenging or looking at these numbers in any real meaningful way. So is that something that should be included?
Yeah, you are welcome to make a motion to amend. I would suggest that defining area median income is the responsibility of the Housing Commission, because this is for purposes of our conversation. So this isn't being dictated by anyone else. I tend to agree with you that using larger metro area numbers is misrepresentative of our hyperlocal area. I don't know if that actually requires clarification here. I think that can be assumed within what's already there, but I defer to the Commission about that. Vice Chair Marasco.
Usually, it's my understanding when you have a small city, a relatively small city like the city of Santa Monica, and they're not included in the AMI that is calculated by both HUD and HCD, that you look to the cities that are most representative of your city. So I'm looking right now for updated figures for 2002. Los Angeles, 4-person household rising from 80,000 in 2021 to 91,000 in 2022. And in Orange County, rising from 106 to 119 in the same period. So there's definitely something to be said for what Commissioner Borison is speaking on with regard to Santa Monica. But when you're trying to look at, let's say we were trying to look at small area FMR as a alternative to the current payment standard, we would be looking to other cities that are similar to Santa Monica, because we're not included in it's not city by city AMI. So we would have to look for cities that are close to Santa Monica, such as, I don't know, Santa Barbara, maybe even San Diego. I'm not sure. But I agree that probably there needs to be a way for the city of Santa Monica to come up with a more correct number.
Is there a motion to modify the language to specify Santa Monica area median income? I'm trying to think of how to succinctly say as close as we're able to approximate if the data is not readily available.
Would that be clearly defined as a task? Because each of these letters, ABC, is a task, and I think it's a task. I mean, we don't have the information. Like finding that information is a job unto itself, I would imagine.
So are you saying you think it's already included in what's here, or you'd like it to make it an additional task?
I would like a motion to add an item early on. I don't know where it will go. I don't know where to place it in this plan to say, exactly as you say, to determine what is a correct Santa Monica AMI and get as close to it as possible.
That sounds like an admirable pursuit. Okay, are there any recommendations of where that might fit into the work plan?
Let me get my paper here.
And I'm going between the I'm going between windows so I can see the entire document. So if you have something to say, please speak up, commissioners.
I would imagine it's somewhere in section 1, but
I mean, I think if it were in section 1, it would only be in 1.1 or 1.2, and you couldn't do 1.1A or B without first determining the local AMI. So would you like it to be pre-A? It would then be A, and A would become B, and B would become C?
well, I mean, if you look at this work order, does it say this is the order of work in which it's going to be done, or is it merely a random collection of things? But I mean, pretty much everything else in the work plan depends on AMI. It's a crucial underpinning of the whole thing. So I was just to make sure that it's front and center, and the first thing that people see, it should be, 1.1A should be determining what the AMI.
Okay, so is that a motion to create 1.1, a replacement item, 1.1A, and the wording of that would be determining the Santa Monica AMI?
Yes.
As a task?
Yeah.
And so I hear the motion to propose an amendment to determine Santa Monica AMI being added as 1.1A, the current A becoming B, and the current B becoming C. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Vice Chair Marosco, second. And we will go to a roll call vote only on this amendment. Noah, could you please take a roll call vote?
Yeah, so Commissioner Everts has left, so
Yes.
we won't be calling them. Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hamilton? Commissioner Borison?
I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay. Commissioner Borison?
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton?
No.
Vice Chair Marosco?
Yes.
And Chair Gray?
Yes.
So I believe that in order for a motion to pass, you need 5 votes.
No, in order for a motion to pass, we need 4 votes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, for a simple amendment, I believe so. We only need, I think, five votes for overriding bylaws. But simple motions only require 4 votes. Yes, Vice Chair Marosco.
This already came up once before. We did make a mistake in one of the meetings, and it was clarified by the city attorney, Brandon Ward, I believe it was, that it requires 4 votes. And it was an item that we had only 3 votes on previously, and we had to re-vote on that item. So 4 votes.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, I will make that amendment. And whatever we vote on tonight, a corrected document reflecting what we vote on will be sent to Noah so he can attach that to the Housing Commission page. Okay.
To clarify my no vote, we have an affordable housing inventory, a complete breakdown now, and AMIs are government standards.
Thank you, Commissioner Helton, for clarifying that. Are there any other comments or questions, discussion from commissioners about the first section, affordable housing? All right, let's go to a roll call vote. I'm sorry, is there a motion to adopt section 1, affordable housing, items 1.1 through 1.5, inclusive of the amendment that just passed? Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Commissioner Borson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Gomez. Will you please give us a roll call vote, Noah?
Yes. Commissioner Hilton?
No.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Borson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
He's recused from this section.
Actually, I'm not recused, and my vote is no.
Okay. Vice Chair Marosco?
Yes.
And Chair Gray?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Noah, will you please make a note that we need to clarify the validity of Commissioner Hamilton's vote on this? I've already ruled on the conflict of interest of a subset of this section, and so I believe its inclusion in the larger body that we're voting on should exclude him from this vote as well. So if you could just make a note that we follow up with the City Attorney's Office to determine what vote goes on the record.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on. To section 2, affirmatively furthering fair housing. 2.1, improve fair and affordable housing in Santa Monica, which is cross-referenced with 1.3. Item A, examine benefits and drawbacks of 100% affordable housing model. B, identify alternatives to 100% affordable housing model. D, advise City Council / Santa Monica Housing Authority Board of Affordable Housing Models that affirmatively further fair housing in Santa Monica as required by HCD. Would someone like to read 2.2? Go ahead, Vice Chair Marosco.
2.2, increase disability access to Santa Monica Housing Authority and city housing programs and information. 2A, recommend City Council direct staff to hire dedicated housing ADA coordinator as recommended in the 2020 Fair Housing Assessment. To be to be completed this month. And 2.2B, discuss Santa Monica Housing Authority and City Housing website ADA compliance accessibility with ADA Section 504 Coordinator, Risk Management, and Disabilities Commission.
Okay, would anyone like to read 2.3?
I'll do that.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
2.3, reduce source of income discrimination in Santa Monica. A, educational outreach to property owners and rental agents. B, invite fair housing speakers to address property owners, rental agents, and renters. C, recommend further educational outreach and other anti-discrimination measures to the City Council and Santa Monica Housing Authority Board.
Great. Commissioner Borsing, you want to take 2.4?
Yes. 2.4, improve fair housing programming in Santa Monica. Part A, identify possible government and other funding and resources. Part B, advise City Council of opportunities to expand affirmatively furthering fair housing programs.
Great. And now we will open up section 2, which is 2.1 through 2.4, to public comment. Are there any public comments on this section? Any
Can you hear
public?
me?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yes. I don't know if this is the right place to comment on this. It's Jonathan Mann.
Okay.
One of my concerns about affordable housing is that it's not really affordable unless you have two incomes, and a lot of the low income housing is going to the wrong people. But in spite of that, I would like to recommend that because we have a problem recruiting police and we have something like, I think 4,000 vacancies in some of these luxury apartment complexes, that we seek to convince these corporate developers to give a healthy discount to lure and recruit police officers to come and work in the city that they police. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Lewis.
Yes, I just want to chime in my support for this item of affirmatively furthering fair housing. This is like the heart of what's at the heart of discrimination in so many ways. And that it's laid out like this so thoughtfully and specifically, it's incredible, because past housing commissions would have never done this and haven't done this. This is unprecedented. This is a moment to celebrate civil rights in housing and amongst the disability community and the elderly and the economically disadvantaged and the poor, which is just epidemic in the entire country. And I cannot see this item not passing with enthusiastic support and even more enthusiastic follow-up with the commissioners as well as the public that could help them in any way. So thank you for this, and the entire work plan is quite an impressive work of art. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Are there any other public comments on section 2(1) through 2(4), affirmatively furthering fair housing?
Yes, I'd like to comment.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I think it's wonderful that you're doing this. This is the higher public comment. There's one thing that really needs to be looked into under the 2.2 in particular and 2.3 is the Rent Control Board decrease petition process. That the Housing Commission needs to look deeply into that process when it affects elderly and disabled to participate. They say that you don't need a lawyer to take action under the decrease petition process and policies. Yes, you do. It is an excruciating thing that landlords are targeting the elderly and disabled that have lived in their apartments for many, many years, and they have wanted to do either an Ellis Act or, not do their legal responsibilities to fix the apartments, and that's what initiates the decrease petition program. It is terrible for anyone who doesn't have, who's elderly or disabled, that gets involved with it, that cannot get representation because, for instance, legal aid, Santa Monica Legal Aid cannot get involved with city situation. They can't represent the senior or disabled person. And they're being misled into getting into a decreased petition situation without representation from start to finish. So my suggestion is that you, the Housing Commission, look deeply into the policies and practices of the Rent Control Board decrease petition process when it has to do with a senior and disabled individual that is being attacked by the landlord because they want to get market rate. You know, there's people that have been there for years and are being harassed by the landlords. So that is my suggestion. You really need to look into that when you're speaking about increasing disability access to SMHA and city housing programs and information. So if you would look into that, and you can look up the information on the Rent Control Board decrease petition information, and you'll see how very detailed it is. And for them to say that a senior or someone that's disabled should enter into it without representation is atrocious.
Thank you very much for your comment. Are there any other public comments?
Well,
Go
can
ahead.
you add that somehow?
I'm sorry, say that again?
That you look into it?
We're going to discuss that in just a moment. I'll see what we can do.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on 2.2? I'm sorry, on 2.1 through 2.4, affirmatively furthering fair housing?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
Please.
This is Denise Martin. My concern is that you seem to be commingling affordable housing with rent control when they're two separate things, even though they're both done under the housing authority. They're two separate entities that are controlled in different ways. So you need to keep that in mind and consider that as well, because otherwise, you know, like I said, you know, the affordable housing tenants that are voucher-based tenants, we have no representation right now, and the rent control tenants have SMR. So just so you can see the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Ms. Barden, you're referring to the previous comment?
No, I'm referring to the whole thing, because that was why I had said a RAB instead of a CAB, because, like I said, you don't want to mix the two programs because they're completely different programs. Even though they're under the housing authority, they're two separately represented programs. And the federal voucher holders don't have representation, but the rent control tenants do, which can be seen by the POD program and the City Council's recent action of putting more money toward keeping them in their homes and doing nothing for affordable housing tenants, other affordable housing tenants.
Okay, so just to clarify, because I want to take your point, are you saying that there's any other conflation or possible conflation between the Housing Commission and rent control?
I'm saying they're two separate entities. One represents rent control units, and you're supposed to represent the affordable housing tenants that are in the voucher program.
I hear you.
So
Thank you.
They're two separate entities.
Okay.
And I just think you're mixing them up a little too much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on Section 2, affirmatively furthering fair housing?
I have one more thing to say about that. I brought up the California Fair Housing and Employment Department, California Fair Housing. I just found out today when I looked at it, when I wanted to tell you about it, they have a civil rights division now. So this is somewhere that, you can get guidance or ask questions when you come up to opposition on anything that you want to do. So I just think that they are a good resource. Who is it that you're having come to the meeting from HUD, the Office of the Secretary?
Yes, that's well. Actually, she's a HUD secretary. She's HUD secretary of the FHEO division, which is Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity. So it deals with civil rights, and that's HUD Secretary Demetria McCain. She'll be here on September 15th for a special meeting beginning at 6 p.m.
Yeah, well, that will be interesting. I just looked up rent control board, rent advisory board, HUD, and what I came up with was Loyola. It's codified. The board, the RAB, is codified in CFR 24.913. No.
It is. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we're only taking comments
that
right now on this section. But I
Well,
appreciate you looking into the RAB. You are right about.
Yeah,
you
well,
were right about that.
well, what they have when you look it up, when you look at the CFR and what is an advisory board, it's very clear about tenant-based and so forth. Anyway, I just want to bring that up because it's pretty clear what needs to be done, and you can have more than one advisory board, and other ways to deal, any way you want to deal with it, just like
That is
you've been
correct.
saying.
Thank you very
So
much
thank
for your
you.
comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments on section 2? Are there any? Okay. Before we open up to commissioner discussion, I'd like to see if anybody wanted to raise an amendment or discussion relating to the 3, I believe, suggestions brought up in the comments in terms of some sort of advocacy for luxury vacancies used as an incentive for attracting law enforcement to Santa Monica. The rent control issue, I think, is out of our purview in terms of their application measure. However, there may be an opportunity for something limited related to legal representation for people about housing issues. And now I've forgotten the third. So I open up to the commission. Any questions, comment, discussion?
I think they're both outside of our purview. I think supporting the police and the market rate units, that would be a stipend from the city council. The rent control board is really outside of our purview.
Okay.
Actually, my suggestion would be to ask the apartment owners to just give the discount. It wouldn't have to go through the city council. It wouldn't have to be anything formal. But by having police live here in Santa Monica, if there's another thing like the May 31st, 2020 riot, they wouldn't have to drive all the way from Simi Valley if they were called in when they were off duty. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we're an advisory body to the Santa Monica Housing Authority and the City Council. I believe that this falls outside of our purview in terms of reaching out to property owners in order to advocate for incentives related to law enforcement. I'm happy for someone to prove otherwise to me in a future meeting, I don't think we'll be adding it to the work plan, but I'm happy to reconsider it if somebody gets contrary information from the city attorney's office or the clerk's office. Any other comments or questions about this section?
Where would be the proper venue to bring this up?
I imagine the police chief might be interested in this if they're working on recruitment efforts. Vice Chair Morosco, please.
I would just say city council. I think that would be an issue to, or ask to one of the city council members to make it an agenda item.
Yeah, if I may, I believe this would be a labor negotiation item because I would suspect the only real practical way to pursue such an initiative would be for the city to provide subsidized housing for public safety, as opposed to concessions on the part of property owners. Consequently, I would suspect that this would either need to emanate from a POA or be sponsored by management in the form of the police chief.
Thank you for your input on that.
I have contacted the POA and I've spoke to the deputy police chief and to Phil Brock about this. It doesn't seem there's a lot of interest in it. I'm really opposed to the city subsidizing this with city revenues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, if there is no other commissioner comment or discussion, I'd like to go ahead and see if there's a motion to adopt the second section of the work plan. And well, yeah, is there a motion to adopt the second section? Motion.
I move.
Go ahead.
I move.
Motion by Commissioner Borison. Is there a second by Vice Chair Morosco? Noah, will you please give us a roll call vote?
Yeah. Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Borison?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton? Commissioner Hamilton? Okay. Commissioner Hilton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Morosco?
Yes.
And Chair Gray?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you. Moving right along to Section 3, Santa Monica Housing Authority. Let's do a quick round robin of reading this. I'll start. 3.1, facilitate improved operations and staffing. And the only item is recommend improved qualification criteria and search parameters for staff vacancies and contracting professional recruiter for specialized talent acquisition, which is happening this month and actually is the next item on the agenda. Would someone like to take 3.2?
I'll do that. 3.2, facilitate increased funding. A, identify possible government funding and other resources. B, recommend City Council, Santa Monica Housing Commission Board designate staff or contract hire to apply for additional money until relevant vacancy is filled.
3.3. Go ahead, Commissioner Borison.
Sure. 3.3, improve operational and financial transparency. Part A, recommend increased transparency beginning with staff. Part A, B, recommendations to Resident Advisory Board recommendations to Santa Monica Housing Authority Board, website content and wait lists. Part B, request standing check-in with staff, including executive director at 3 housing commission meetings per year.
3-4, Vice Chair Marosco.
Facilitate improved program participant representation in Santa Monica Housing Authority policies and practices. There's only one task here, which is recommended best means to facilitate creation and operation of functioning resident advisory board to Santa Monica Housing Authority Board, which we did do, and is done as of September 2022, and we will do our best to give that presentation on the 13th.
That's right. 3-5, increase successful HCV utilization, housing affordability, and stability for program participants. Advise City Council / Santa Monica Housing Authority Board to reevaluate payment standard basis, exception versus small area FMR, and increase payment standards to reflect current market rents. And the time frame for that is October of 2022. I'm going to take 3-6.
3-6, increase property owner participation in housing programs. A, educational outreach to property owners and rental agents. B, explore possible incentives programs. C, recommend additional educational outreach and incentives programs to City Council, Santa Monica Housing Authority Board for implementation.
Excellent. Are there any public comments on Section 3, the Santa Monica Housing Authority? Public comments on Section 3, limited to the Santa Monica Housing Authority work plan items. Okay, any comments or discussion or questions by commissioners?
Yes, I have input on the
Please.
payment standard 3.5, quote, advise City Council Housing Authority Board to reevaluate payment standard basis, exception for a small area, and increase payment standards to reflect current market rents. My input is that the order and jurisdiction should be reversed. What it says essentially is that the board should reevaluate and increase the payment. I think it's up to the Housing Commission to request port out or rent burden data from the Housing Authority, and then determine if the current exception payment is sufficient, and for any Housing Authority changes if they're necessary, and then to make recommendations to the board.
Thank you for that. Unfortunately, I think it's overwhelmingly obvious that the payment standards are woefully inadequate. So unfortunately, I don't think that we need to request any more data than we already have. Any other questions or comments? Discussion about Section 3 from the commissioners.
Yeah, it's not really, I don't want to change any wording here. It's understood that, but there were some comments made during the discussion about if you have higher vouchers, you'll end up with fewer people being served. And I don't know if I ever had there was ever clearly explained to me what the consequences are. And is there some room for study of those sort of factors in this task?
Vice Chair Marosco?
If there's a payment standard increase, if HUD approves a payment standard increase, or if it's based on small area FMR, it is my understanding that the Santa Monica Housing Authority would also get an increase in their budget to cover that. So the biggest problem that's happening right now, and I could just say, yes, it was just a handful of people who I spoke to over the phone, but I already know this because there's people who aren't subsidized who've already had to leave the city because of the newest rent increases. So, but people have said that they can't afford the rent increase, but then when they start looking around, their voucher also won't cover any of the, it's very slim pickings to find units. And I just checked on my own the other night, was looking, and I saw maybe 2 units out of 800 that a voucher holder could afford to rent. So if you have, I guess we have 100 or just under 100 emergency housing vouchers that are, I don't know if they've actually given them out. If they have, those people are looking for units right now. They're not going to find any units within the voucher amount. I have looked myself, and there aren't any, including the affordable units start out higher than the current payment standard. So it definitely needs to be increased. And if HUD agrees to increase it or to allow the city to use small area FMR, then they would increase their budget. That is my understanding.
And to answer you quickly, Commissioner Borson, first I'll tell you what I've told others who've asked the same thing about concern about us serving fewer people. With our budget, if we wanted to reduce the payment standard to $5 or $10 per person, everyone could have their own cardboard box. So at some point we have to determine, what kind of quality of life we're trying to offer to people. HUD is only expanding its funding for additional vouchers. And so I believe that there is a lot of money available for the Housing Authority if it will just apply for it in order to increase the number of vouchers that we have and increase the payment standard. So in short, I think there's money to do it. I don't think that we have to serve fewer people. And as a side note, with the current payment standard, we actually have less voucher full utilization because people end up having to give up their vouchers if they can't find an apartment that the cost will actually cover. So,
or they're forced to move to Los Angeles,
right?
Which their payment standard is almost the same as ours now.
Yeah,
it's just a few dollars less. We've increased theirs, and we haven't increased ours since 2016. And the rents have increased exponentially. I don't even remember what the last number was that I read, but like 36% since 2016, something like that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so is there a motion to adopt Section 3 of the Work Plan, Santa Monica Housing Authority?
I move.
Motion by Vice Chair Marasco. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Gomez. Noah, will you please call for a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Borison?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton? Commissioner Hamilton? Commissioner Hilton? Commissioner Hilton?
Accepting 3.5. I think we need data before we make the proposal.
Okay.
I believe. Okay, is that well, since you, Commissioner Hilton, since you voted yes, that wouldn't be listed as a reason for you voting no. But I don't think you can give a caveat with your vote. So do you vote to adopt this section?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Marasco?
Yes.
And Chair Gray?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent. Section 4, increase home ownership in Santa Monica. The items are A, identify possible funding and other resources, including HUD HCV. B, explore TORCA 2.0, other programs, including rent to own, new affordable units as condos, community land trusts. D, recommend ways City Council / Santa Monica Housing Authority Board can increase home ownership in Santa Monica. Are there any public comments on Section 4 home ownership? Is there any discussion among commissioners?
We've
All right.
tried Project Home Ownership, Dorchester, in the Wilshire neighborhood, and currently we offer it at Mountain View Mobile Home Park.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt Section 4?
I move.
Motion by Commissioner Borison. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Gomez. Roll call vote, please.
Yes. Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Borison,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Hilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Marasco,
Yes.
and Chair Gray.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Fantastic. Last section. Santa Monica Housing Commission. 5.1, fulfill advisory role to city. A, identify all regular housing documents commission should advise on, including speaking with staff and reviewing previous agendas. And that's slated for October. B, request City Council to route all housing related reports, proposals, and action through commission for input, also slated for October. Someone want to take 5.2?
Yeah, I will, even though my eyes are failing. Improve that.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel. We're almost done.
Clarify Housing Commission and city staff roles. And there's a due date of September 2022. B, request City Council direct staff to assign senior staff liaison. And that's slated for October 2022. C, increase communication with City Council and Housing Commission Board, including via City Council Agenda Item 13. And there's a date of October 2022 on that. D, proactively engage with other city boards and commissions. And E, explore creation of Housing Commission manual and enhanced commissioner training.
Great. 5.3?
I'll take that. 5.3, update and improve governing and other documents. Part A, revise mission statement to reflect current priorities and word usage. Part B, address unapproved language changes in Housing Commission application and composition.
Great. 5.4, Vice Chair Marasco, you want to take it?
5.4, increase public engagement and access to Housing Commission information. 5.4a, facilitate updated consolidated web page, including governing documents, link to live Housing Commission dashboard. 5.4b, increase public outreach, including via City Office of Communication.
Excellent. Are there any public comments on Section 5, Santa Monica Housing Commission? Any comments or discussion from commissioners?
I just want to say thank you for your hard work, everyone.
Yes, good job, everyone. Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt Section 5, Santa Monica Housing Commission?
I'll move.
Motion by Commissioner Gomez. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Marasco. Noah, will you please ask for a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Borison,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Hilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Marasco,
Yes.
and Chair Gray.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Good job, everyone. All right. I'm going to give you a heads up. So there's some hope at the end of the tunnel. I move that we, if there are no objections, I move that we table 9B until the next meeting. Okay.
I second that motion.
Okay. Well, we don't have to take a roll call vote. If there are
Oh,
no
okay.
objections, I'll go ahead and I appreciate that, Vice Chair Marasco. Okay, so moving to our final item, 9A, which reads discussion and possible recommendation to City Council about improved qualification criteria and search parameters for vacant SMHA positions. This is Vice Chair Marasco, and we're not tabling this because this is going to, if it passes, going to be included in recommendations to the Housing Authority Board. Did we just lose a quorum? Commissioner Hilton, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, Vice Chair Marasco.
So, do you all have a copy of the attachment under 9A? It's recommendations for Santa Monica Housing Authority staff hiring and outreach. And as Chair Gray said, this will be part of the recommendations that will be presented to the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board on September 13th. If you don't have them, just try to listen to what those recommendations are, or if you reviewed them, understand what the main idea is. Sorry, I'm trying to pull my document up here. Why does this keep happening to me? Sorry. Where did it go?
I'll kick it off while you're looking, Vice Chair
Okay,
Marasco.
I got it.
Okay.
Revise and increase background and experience requirements for potential Santa Monica Housing Authority manager or supervisor to align with current national standards. The recent Santa Monica Housing Authority advertisement that was posted online for senior administrative analysts required minimal knowledge or experience working in housing programs and little to no knowledge or experience working with HUD regulations, guidelines, or funding sources, and did not require knowledge of specialized and crucial HUD software systems or the technology. So attached were the original application for the, it is the senior administrative analyst. And that begins on page 3, and you can review what the minimum qualifications are, that section, with paying close attention to the skill and requirements section, and then compare that to the administrative analyst 2 for Housing Authority of Los Angeles, which begins on page 15. And I mean, because it's so late, I'm not going to ask you guys to keep going back and forth. I actually should have prepared this a little bit better so that you could just follow right along. But when looking at comparing those two positions, first of all, administrative analyst 2 for the Housing Authority of Los Angeles would be a position that would not have requirements greater than what a senior administrative analyst would have, because they would be considered like the top. So in looking at this analyst 2 advertisement, there are some very significant requirements in that advertisement, and I'll just read something to you really quickly from that, just so that you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm off camera, I think. moving these documents around on my desktop here. Examples of duties, knowledge, and skills. Compiles, analyzes, evaluates, and monitors changes in housing and urban development regulations and guidelines, other governmental regulations and court decisions, and prepares new and revised policies and procedures. Again, this is on page 15 of the handout. It's administrative analyst too for the Housing Authority, the City of Los Angeles. As departments designated budget resource person, monitors and tracks departmental budget to ensure budget effectiveness, researches budget variances, and advises management, prepares management reports concerning budget adherence, and submits to senior management for review. Evaluates authority programs through management audits of field operations, makes written recommendations for staff and operational improvements to enhance policy compliance and efficiency. These are things that are already really greatly lacking within the Santa Monica Housing Authority, the way it's sitting right now, and it's not being required of the applicant or the advertisement that was put out for the senior administrative analyst. This is analyst 2. So the recommendation is that they change the requirements. And of course, I made this about the senior analyst because there is no comparison for Santa Monica housing manager. But if you look at the housing manager applications, and hopefully they will, advertisements, hopefully they'll put out an advertisement for that immediately. The manager is more important than the supervisor, but they really need both of them because they work together, and the supervisor not only supervises the housing specialist, but also keeps track of the budget and interfaces with the manager on policy and ensuring regulations and guidelines are being followed, as well as compiling data about funding sources. And so those two really need to work together, but housing manager is more important. And there are several advertisements for housing managers as an example in here. It's so late that it would be too much for you all to just look at all of this now, but you can see that clearly it requires pretty extensive knowledge of HUD regulations, guidelines, and the ability to, let me see, right in the very, so under recommendations, there's, it says examples of housing manager qualifications. This is in Columbia, Missouri. I included other advertisements for other jurisdictions in California, but you can see this one right now. Obviously, this is very low pay for a housing manager. Santa Monica would have to pay more than that, but you could just see that, you know, there's some very basic things here that a smaller jurisdiction would be requiring. But then when you go to look to, would be page 8, Orange County. It's very, very extensive what the requirements are. And Santa Monica really needs to include that and require that any housing manager or senior analyst have a very extensive background in HUD programs, regulations, guidelines, funding, and I guess what we can do is pull from those different advertisements and include that in the recommendation, because we don't have time really to go over all that right now because it's so late could I just submit this somehow? I mean, or,
Well, we have, I mean, the recommendations are numbers 1, 2, and 3, correct?
yes, but it would be a little bit more detailed when we're giving the recommendation to City Council, because we would be asking for very specific things to be added into these advertisements. So basically pulling from the advertisements that we already have as examples, and then giving those specific examples of what should go into those advertisements. So I'm not able to like explain all that right now to where people can look at it, but you can look at these other advertisements. It's in the attachment, and you can see that there are very specific requirements, especially the time frame of how long that they've been working in this very highly specialized field. So, but the other part of the recommendations would also be posting on government websites that will enable the city to cast a wider net and attract highly qualified candidates for housing manager, supervisor, and other positions, and competitive nationwide job posting to attract a larger pool of applicants to choose from. Going back up here. Some examples of those websites include www.governmentjobs.com. I'm so tired. The National Association of Housing and Redevelopment officials webpage, and in addition to general career websites such as Indeed and LinkedIn. And number 3, contract hire a professional recruiter who specializes in talent acquisition for technical public sector positions. So these are the 3 combined recommendations that we would like to make to the City Council or Santa Monica Housing Authority Board with regard to the hiring of staff and the type of outreach that they do.
Are there any questions or any discussion?
I know it's late for all of us. I'm not quite sure what the proposal is.
If I may, Vice Chair Marasco?
Sure.
So essentially, it appears that Santa Monica's job descriptions for these positions have been written by people who themselves would not be qualified for the jobs that they're posting for. And so their criteria for those jobs are insufficient. It doesn't include specialized technical knowledge, policy knowledge, and Vice Chair Marasco would like to make 3 recommendations regarding staffing. The first and foremost is revising and increasing the requirements for background and experience for potential housing manager and supervisor, which would align with common practice in other jurisdictions. The second suggestion is to use specialized databases to post these jobs. Right now, they're not really being posted anywhere, but they're technical positions, so they should be posted in specialized databases, not just like on Indeed. And then the final suggestion, because they're so specialized, is to contract hire a professional recruiter who specializes in talent acquisition for technical public sector positions. And so those are the 3 recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah, please, Commissioner Borison.
Is this a general problem with the City of Santa Monica hiring, or is this specific to the Housing Authority?
I don't know that. Vice Chair Marasco?
Previously, the previous manager, Barbara Collins, actually had quite a bit of background and knowledge. She worked for the Housing Authority of Marin. Unfortunately, my understanding is that she was actually engaged in some discrimination against the elderly, and essentially they just tried to find another place for her to go, and that's how she ended up in Santa Monica. But she did have quite extensive knowledge and background in public housing and HUD guidelines and regulations. And I even had to engage with her a few times. She was very knowledgeable about the information that I needed to get from her. And I can't say that about other people that I have interfaced with at the Housing Authority. So I don't know. I can't say if it's a citywide thing or not, but I do believe that, since Barbara Collins and Anna Topolewski left, Anna Topolewski was the supervisor, that things have really gotten much worse with regard to the knowledge and the skills needed to, there's nobody running the ship, essentially. I mean, Sarah Yavari is the manager, the housing, quote unquote, housing manager, but she has another full-time position in the city. So there's no way that she could do both jobs and do it efficiently. There is just no way. And again, there are millions of dollars right now being handed out and deadlines that are about to pass. I'm telling you, at the end of October will be the end of the application period. It will close down, and then funds will be issued in January. And a lot of jurisdictions have already applied for that funding. So we don't even have anybody doing that right now.
Commissioner Borison?
Oh, is it appropriate to vote and say, please send this letter to the Housing Authority, and then we can put it to bed?
Yes. So do I hear a motion to approve these recommendations to the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board at their September 13th meeting, with the stipulation that Vice Chair Marasco will include advertisements from other jurisdictions as addenda to this recommendation for illustrative purposes? Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Commissioner Borison. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Gomez. Noah, will you please take our final roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Hilton?
Yes.
I believe Commissioner Hamilton has left. Commissioner Hamilton? Commissioner Hamilton? Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Borison?
Yes.
Vice Chair Marasco?
Yes.
And Chair Gray?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent. So now, whoops. Okay, now we are quickly moving to item 10, general public input. This item is open for comments and questions on matters in the Housing Commission's purview that have not been on the agenda tonight.
Sorry.
Yes.
Chair Gray, can I interrupt you?
Please.
We actually didn't call for public comment on that item.
Oh, goodness. Okay. We can call for it. Is there any public comments on the preceding item? If there is public comment, we can vacate the vote. Any public comments on the recommendations that were just discussed? Okay, well, as we go into 10, I'll wait if somebody else objects in the next few minutes. Okay, moving to item 10, general public comments. Are there any public comments on items that were not on the agenda tonight? And considering tonight's range, that would be pretty hard to find something to comment on that we didn't cover. I'll take any that come in while I'm saying this, but before we go, I want to remind everyone of the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board meeting on September 13th. It's part of the regular City Council meeting taking place that night, and I encourage you to attend and share your RAB or CAB input with the Housing Authority Board. And 2 days later, on September 15th, we are honored and delighted to welcome HUD Secretary Demetria McCain to a special Housing Commission meeting roundtable, where we will discuss affirmatively furthering fair and and affordable housing. I hope to see all of you there. So if there are no item 10 public comments, I'd like to thank all of you very much for your participation tonight.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, this is Olga Zaroska. I just wanted to thank the commission. This was an exhausting meeting, and you guys did so much work. And it's great to see so many people attend. You had 66 people attending tonight, and even now I think there's 19 attendees, which I don't remember seeing that many people ever at a commission meeting before, especially a few minutes before midnight. So obviously you're doing something that resonates with the community, and kudos, and let's just all go to sleep. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zarowska. Special thanks to Disabilities Commission Chair Alex Elliott, the patients and dedicated housing commissioners, and all of the Santa Monica Housing Authority program participants and community members who joined us for this important meeting. And a special thank you to staff liaison Noah Mendoza. Thank you so much, Noah.
Before you close out?
What's that?
Before you close out, I just realized that people were muted, so maybe they couldn't give public comment.
They're all currently unmuted. Is there anyone else who would like to offer public comments?
Just very quickly, I'd like to say something. I know everybody wants to go to sleep.
Please.
There is literally nothing else that wasn't covered, because you covered everything to infinity and beyond. But I want to thank you guys on behalf of everyone. Whatever time and energy and sacrifices you guys made to do all this work and get this done, just know, the gratification you have, just know it's times a million from the people out there. The gratitude for what you guys are doing, it's incalculable. And this is history making, and I'm not being over dramatic. It really is. What you guys are doing is some seriously amazing work, and you should be very proud of yourselves. And keep it up. We're with you. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Any other public comments on items not covered on the agenda? All right, with that, our meeting is adjourned. Everyone have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.